a step down.
Okay, this is Book of Lies, Aleister Crowley.
Please don't scroll. I'm just... Please don't... Don't scroll.
Drawn from the scheme of incarnation. The second, mixed with his life's blood and eaten, illustrates the use of the lower life to feed the higher life. He then takes the oath and becomes free, unconditioned, the absolute, burning up in the flame of his prayer, and born again, the phoenix. Chapter 63. Marjorie Daw. I love Layla, I lack Layla. Where is the mystic grace, sayest thou? Who told thee, man, that Layla is not knew it, and I had it? I destroyed all things, they are reborn in other shapes. I gave up all for one. This one hath given up its unity for all. I wrenched dog backwards to find God. Now God barks. Think me not fallen because I love Layla and lack Layla. I am the master of the universe. Then give me a heap of straw in a hut and Layla naked. Amen. Chapter 64. Constancy. I was discussing oysters with a crony. God sent me the angels, Den and Doni. And man of spunk they urged would hardly choose to breakfast every day chez Laperouse. No, I replied, he would not do so, but think of this woe if Laperouse were shut. I eat these oysters, and I drink this wine solely to drown this misery of mine. Yet the last height of consolation's cold, its pinnacle, is not to be consoled. And though I sleep with Jane and Eleanor, I feel no better than I did before. And Julian only fixes in my mind, even before feels better than behind. Your mercurial spirits be so kind as to enable me to raise the wind. Put me in Layla's arms again, the accursed, leaving me that else Hal may do his worst. Donny and Den, perceiving me inspired, conceived their task was finished, they retired. I turned upon my friend and breaking bounds, borrowed a trifle of 200 pounds. Chapter 65. Sic Transiat. At last I lifted up mine eyes and beheld, and lo, the flames of violet were become as tendrils of smoke, as mist at sunset upon the marshlands, and in the midst of the moon pool of silver was the lily of white and gold. In this lily is all honey, in this lily that flowereth at the midnight, in this lily is all perfume, in this lily is all music, and it enfolded me. Thus the disciples that watched found a dead body kneeling at the altar. Amen. Chapter 66. The Praying Mantis. Say, God is one. This I obeyed. For 1,001 times a night, for 1,000 nights and one, did I affirm the unity. But night only means Layla, and unity and God are not worth even her blemishes. Allah is only 66, but Layla counteth up to 77. Yea, the night shall cover all. The night shall cover all. Chapter 67. Sodom Apples. I have brought pleasant trifles, and thus soothed my lack of Layla. Light is my wallet, and my heart is also light. And yet I know that the clouds will gather closer for the false clearing. The mirage will fade. Then will the desert be thirstier than before. O ye who dwell in the dark night of the soul, beware most of all of every herald of the dawn. O ye who dwell in the city of the pyramids, beneath the night of Pan, remember that ye shall see no more light, but that of the great fire that shall consume your dust to ashes. Chapter 68. Manna. At 4 o'clock there is hardly anybody in Rumpelmeyer's. I have my choice of place and service. The babble of the apes will begin soon enough. Pioneers, O pioneers! Sat not Elijah under the juniper tree and wept? Was not Muhammad forsaken in Mecca, and Jesus in Gethsemane? These prophets were sad at heart, but the chocolate at Rumpelmeyer's is great, and the mousse noir is like Nephthys with perfection. Also, there are little meringues with cream and chestnut pulp, very velvety seductions. Sail I not towards Layla within 7 days? Be not sad at heart, O prophet. The babble of the apes will presently begin. Nay, rejoice exceedingly, for after all the babble of the apes, the silence of the night. Chapter 69. The Way to Succeed, and the Way to Suck Eggs. This is the holy hexagram. Plunge from the height, O God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the height, O man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This interchange, the double gift of tongues, the word of double power, Abrahadabra is the sign of the great work, for the great work is accomplished in silence. And behold, is not that word equal to Cheth, that is Cancer, whose sigil is 69. This work also eats up itself, accomplishes its own end, nourishes the worker, leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. Chapter 70. Broomstick Babblings. Frater Perdurabo is of the Sanhedrim of the Sabbath, say men. He is the old goat himself, say women. Therefore do all adore him. The more they detest him, the more do they adore him. Aye, let us offer the obscene kiss. Let us seek the mystery of the gnarled oak and of the glacier torrent. To him let us offer up our babes. Around him let us dance in the mad moonlight. But Frater Perdurabo is nothing but an eye. What eye none knoweth. Skip witches, hop toads, take your pleasure, for the play of the universe is the pleasure of Frater Perdurabo. Chapter 71. King's College Chapel. For mind and body alike, like pranayama, no purgative, like pranayama. For mind, for mind and body alike, there is no purgative, like pranayama. Yea, for mind and body alike, there is no purgative, for mind and body alike, no purgative, like pranayama. No purgative for mind and body alike, like pranayama, like prana, pranayama. Amen. Chapter 72. Hashed Pheasant. Shemhamphorash, all hail divided name, utter it once, O mortal of Arash. The universe were swallowed up in flame, Shemhamphorash. Nor deem that thou amid the cosmic crash may find one thing of all those things the same. The world has gone to everlasting smash. No, if creation did possess an aim, it does not, it were only to make hash of that most high and that most holy game, Shemhamphorash. Chapter 73. The Devil, the Ostrich, and the Orphan Child. Death rides the camel of initiation. Thou humped and stiff-necked one that groanest in thine asana, death will relieve thee. Bite not, Zelator dear, but bide. 10 days didst thou go with water in thy belly. Thou shalt go 20 more, with a firebrand at thy rump. Aye, all thine aspiration is to death. Death is the crown of all thine aspiration. Triple is the cord of silver moonlight. It shall hang thee, O Holy One, O hanged man, O camel termination of the third person plural, for thy multiplicity, thou ghost of a non-ego. Could but thy mother behold thee, O thou Unt, the infinite snake Ananta that surroundeth the universe, is but the coffin worm. Chapter 74. Carey Street. When nothing became conscious, it made a bad bargain. This consciousness acquired individuality, a worse bargain. The hermit asked for love, worst bargain of all. And now he has let his girl go to America to have success in life. Blank loss. Is there no end to this immortal ache that haunts me, sleeping or awake? If I had Layla, how could I forget? Time, age, and death, insufferable fret. Were I an hermit, how could I support the pain of consciousness, the curse of thought? Even were I that, there still were one sore spot, the abyss that stretches between that and not. Still the first step is not so far away. The Mauretania sails on Saturday. Chapter 75. Plover's Eggs. Spring beans and strawberries are in. Goodbye to the oyster. If I really knew what I wanted, I could give up Layla, or give up everything for Layla. But what I want varies from hour to hour. This wavering is the root of all compromise, and so of all good sense. With this gift a man can spend his 70 years in peace. Now is this well or ill? Emphasize gift, then man, then spend, then 70 years, and lastly, peace, and change the intonations. Each time reverse the meaning. I would show you how, but for the moment, I prefer to think of Layla. Chapter 66. Phaeton. No, yes, perhaps, oh, I, why? No. Hail, all ye spavine, gelded, hamstrung horses. Ye shall surpass the planets in their courses. How? Not by speed, nor strength, nor power to stay, but by the silence that succeeds the neigh. Chapter 77. The sublime and supreme septenary, in its mature, magical manifestation through matter, as it is written, and he-goat also. Layla. Chapter 78. Wheel and Woe. The great wheel of samsara, the wheel of the law, dhamma, the wheel of the tarot, the wheel of the heavens, the wheel of life. All these wheels be one, yet of all these the wheel of the tarot alone avails thee consciously. Meditate long and broad and deep, O man, upon this wheel, revolving it in thy mind. Be this thy task, to see how each card springs necessarily from each other card, even in due order, from the Fool to the 10 of coins. Then when thou knowest the wheel of destiny complete, mayest thou perceive that will which moved it first. There is no first or last, and lo, thou art passed through the abyss. Chapter 79. The Bald Bullier. Some men look into their minds, into their memories, and find naught but pain and shame. These then proclaim the good law unto mankind. These preach renunciation, virtue, cowardice in every form. These whine eternally, smug, toothless, hairless coot, debauch emasculated Buddha, come ye to me. I have a trick to make you silent, O ye foamers at the mouth. Nature is wasteful, but how well she can afford it. Nature is false, but I'm a bit of a liar myself. Nature is useless, but then how beautiful she is. Nature is cruel, but I too am a sadist. The game goes on. It may have been too rough for Buddha, but it's, if anything, too dull for me. Viens vous negre, donne-moi tes lèvres uncle. Chapter 80. Blackthorn. The price of existence is eternal warfare. Speaking as an Irishman, I prefer to say, the price of eternal warfare is existence. And melancholy as existence is, the price is well worth paying. Is there a government? Then I'm agin it. To hell with the bloody English. Oh, Frater Perdurabo, how unworthy are these sentiments. Do you want a clip on the jaw? Chapter 81. Louis Ling. I am not an anarchist in your sense of the word. Your brain is too dense for any known explosive to affect it. I am not an anarchist in your sense of the word. Fancy a policeman let loose on society. While there exists the burgess, the hunting man, or any man with ideals less than Shelley's, and self-discipline less than Loyola's. In short, any man who falls far short of myself. I am against anarchy and for feudalism. Every emancipator has enslaved the free. Chapter 81. Borscht. Witch moon that turnest all the streams to blood, I take this hazel rod and stand and swear, an oath beneath this blasted oaken bear, that rears its agony above the flood, whose swollen mask mutters an atheist prayer. What oath may stand the shock of this offense? There is no I, no joy, no permanence. Witch moon of blood, eternal ebb and flow, of baffled birth and death still lurks a change, and all the leopards in thy woods that range, and all the vampires in their bows that glow, brooding on bloodthirst, these are not so strange. And fierce as life's unfailing shower these die, yet time rebears them through eternity. Hear then the oath, witch moon of blood, dread moon. Let all thy striges and thy ghouls attend. He that endureth even to the end hath sworn that love's own corpse shall lie at noon, even in the coffin of its hopes, and spend all the force won by its old woe and stress in now annihilating nothingness. This chapter is called Imperial Purple and a Punic War. Chapter 83. The Blind Pig. Many becomes two. 2, 1, 1, naught. What comes to naught? What? Shall the adept give up his hermit life, and go eating and drinking and making merry? Aye, shall he not do so? He knows that the many is naught, and having naught, enjoys that naught even in the enjoyment of the many. For when naught becomes absolute naught, it becomes again the many, and this many and this naught are identical. They are not correlatives or phases of some one deeper absence of idea. They are not aspects of some further light. They are they. Beware, O my brother, lest this chapter deceive thee. Chapter 84. The Avalanche. Only through devotion to Frater Perdurabo may this book be understood. How much more then should he devote himself to Iowas, for the understanding of the holy book of Thelema? Yet must he labor underground eternally. The sun is not for him, nor the flowers, nor the voices of the birds, for he is passed beyond all these. Yea, verily, oft times he is weary. It is well that the weight of the karma of the infinite is with him. Therefore is he glad indeed, for he hath finished the work, and the reward concerneth him no whit. Chapter 85. Borborygmi. I distrust any thoughts uttered by any man whose health is not robust. All other thoughts are surely symptoms of disease. Yet these are often beautiful, and may be true within the circle of the conditions of the speaker. And yet again, do we not find that the most robust of men express no thoughts at all? They eat, drink, sleep, and copulate in silence. What better proof of the fact that all thought is dis-ease? We are Strasbourg geese. The tastiness of our talk comes from the disorder of our bodies. We like it. This only proves that our tastes also are depraved and debauched by our disease. Chapter 86. Tat. Ex nihilo. Nihil. Feet. In the fire that twisteth itself and burneth like a scorpion. I, the unsullied, ever-flowing water. H, the interpenetrating spirit, without and within. Is not its name Abrahadabra? I, the unsullied, ever-flowing air. L, the green, fertile earth. Fierce are the fires of the universe, and on their daggers they hold aloft the bleeding heart of earth. Upon the earth lies water, sensuous and sleepy. Above the water hangs air, and above air, but also below fire, and in all, the fabric of all being woven on its invisible design is aether. Chapter 87. Mandarin Meals. There is a dish of shark's fin and of sea slug, well set in birds' nests, Also there is a soufflé most exquisite of chow chow. These did I devise, but I have never tasted anything to match thee. Narrator's note. Crowley here illustrates a symbol, consisting of a vertical Ouroboros superimposed over an inverted cross, with two vertical bars, one to the left and one to the right, of the central intersection, which she gave me before she went away. March 22nd, 1912, EV. Chapter 88. Gold Bricks. Teach us your secret, master, yap my yahoos. Then for the hardness of their hearts and for the softness of their heads, I taught them magic. But, alas, teach us your real secret, master, how to become invisible, how to acquire love, and beyond all, how to make gold. But how much gold will you give me for the secret of infinite riches? Then said the foremost and most foolish, Master, it is nothing, but here is 100,000 pounds. This did I deign to accept, and whispered in his ear this secret. A sucker is born every minute. Chapter 89. Unprofessional Conduct. I am annoyed about the number 89. I shall avenge myself by writing nothing in this chapter. That, too, is wise, for since I am annoyed, I could not write even a reasonably decent lie. Chapter 90. Starlight. Behold, I have lived many years, and I have traveled in every land that is under the dominion of the sun, and I have sailed the seas from pole to pole. Now do I lift up my voice and testify that all is vanity on earth, except the love of a good woman, and that good woman, Layla. And I testify that in heaven all is vanity, for I have journeyed oft and sojourned oft in every heaven, except the love of our Lady Babylon. And I testify that beyond heaven and earth is the love of our Lady Nuit. And seeing that I am old and well stricken in years, and that my natural forces fail, therefore do I rise up in my throne and call upon the end. For I am youth eternal and force infinite, and at the end is she that was Layla, and Babylon, and Nuit, being. Chapter 91. The Heikel. A-M-E-N. End of The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley. The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley. Chapter 0 through 50. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. AA Publication in Classes C and D. Official for Babes of the Abyss. Imprimatur in Frater AA. Liber 333. The Book of Lies, which is also falsely called Breaks. The wanderings or falsifications of the one thought of Frater Perdurabo, which thought is itself untrue. Break, break, break at the foot of thy stones, O sea. I would that I could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Question mark. Exclamation point. Chapter 0. The chapter that is not a chapter. Oh, the anti-primal triad which is not God. Nothing is, nothing becomes, nothing is not. The first triad which is God. I am. I utter the word. I hear the word. The abyss. The word is broken up. There is knowledge. Knowledge is relation. These fragments are creation. The broken manifests light. The second triad, which is God. God the Father and Mother is concealed in generation. God is concealed in the whirling energy of nature. God is manifest in gathering, harmony, consideration, the mirror of the sun and of the heart. The third triad, bearing, preparing, wavering, flowing, flashing, stability, begetting. The 10th emanation, the world. Chapter 1. The Sabbath of the Goat. O, the heart of NOX, the night of Pan. Pan, duality, energy, death. Death, begetting, the supporters of O. To beget is to die. To die is to beget. Cast the seed into the field of night. Life and death are two names of A. Kill thyself. Neither of these alone is enough. Chapter 2. The Cry of the Hawk. Hur hath a secret fourfold name. It is, do what thou wilt. 4 words, not one, many, all. Thou child, thy name is holy, thy kingdom is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring us through temptation, deliver us from good and evil. That mine as thine be the crown of the kingdom, even now. Abrahadabra. These 10 words are for the name of the one. Chapter 3. The Oyster. The brothers of AA are one with the mother of the child. The many is as adorable to the one as the one is to the many. This is the love of these. Creation, parturition, is the bliss of the one. Coition, dissolution, is the bliss of the many. The all, thus interwoven of these, is bliss. Naught is beyond bliss. The man delights in uniting with the woman. The woman in parting from the child. The brothers of AA are women. The aspirants to AA are men. Chapter 4. Peaches. Soft and hollow, how thou dost overcome the hard and full. It dies, it gives itself. To thee is the fruit. Be thou the bride, thou shalt be the mother hereafter. To all impressions thus, let them not overcome thee, yet let them breed within thee. The least of the impressions, come to its perfection, is Pan. Receive 1,000 lovers, thou shalt bear but one child. This child shall be the heir of Fate the Father. Chapter 5. The Battle of the Ants. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. Chapter 6. Caviar. The word was uttered. The one exploded into 1,000 million worlds. Each world contained 1,000 million spheres. Each sphere contained 1,000 million planets. Each planet contained 1,000 million stars. Each star contained a many thousand million things. Of these the reasoner took 6, and, preening, said, This is the one and the all. These 6 the adept harmonized, and said, This is the heart of the one and the all. These 6 were destroyed by the master of the temple, and he spake not. The ash thereof was burnt up by the magus into the word. Of all this did the Ipsissimus know nothing. Chapter 7. The Dinosaurs. None are they whose number is 6, else were they 6 indeed. 7 are these 6 that live not in the city of the pyramids, under the night of Pan. There was Lao Tzu, there was Siddhartha, there was Krishna, there was Tahuti, there was Moshe, there was Dionysus, there was Mahmud. But the 7th men called Perdurabo, for enduring unto the end, at the end was not to endure. Amen. Chapter 8. Steeped Horsehair. Mind is a disease of semen. All that a man is or may be is hidden therein. Bodily functions are parts of the machine, silent unless in disease. But mind, never at ease, creaketh I. This I persisteth not, posteth not through generations, changeth momently, finally is dead. Therefore is man only himself, when lost to himself in the charioting. Chapter 9. The Branks. Being is the noun, form is the adjective, matter is the noun, motion is the verb. Wherefore hath being clothed itself with form? Wherefore hath matter manifested itself in motion? Answer not, O silent one, for there is no wherefore, no because. The name of that is not known. The pronoun interprets, that is, misinterprets, it. Time and space are adverbs. Duality begat the conjunction. The conditioned is father of the preposition. The article also marketh division, but the interjection is the sound that endeth in silence. Destroy thereof the 8 parts of speech. The 9th is nigh unto truth. This also must be destroyed, before thou enterest into the silence. Aum. Chapter 10. Whittle Straws. The abyss of hallucination has law and reason, but in truth there is no bond between the toys of the gods. This reason and law is the bond of the great lie. Truth, 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 crieth the Lord of the abyss of hallucinations. There is no silence in that abyss, for all that men call silence is its speech. The abyss is also called hell, and the many. Its name is consciousness and the universe among men. But that which neither is silent nor speaks rejoices therein. Chapter 11. The Glowworm. Concerning the holy three and naught, knew it, had it, Rahur Kuit, are only to be understood by the master of the temple. They are above the abyss, and contain all contradiction in themselves. Below them is a seeming duality of chaos and Babylon. These are called father and mother, but it is not so. They are called brother and sister, but it is not so. They are called husband and wife, but it is not so. The reflection of all is Pan. The night of Pan is the annihilation of the all. Cast down through the abyss is the light, the rosy cross, the rapture of union that destroys. That is the way. The rosy cross is the ambassador of Pan. How infinite is the distance from this to that, yet all is here and now, nor is there any there or then, for all that is, what is it, but a manifestation, that is a part, that is a falsehood, of that which is not. Yet that which is not neither is nor is not that which is. Identity is perfect, therefore the law of identity is but a lie. For there is no subject, and there is no predicate, nor is there the contradictory of either of these things. Holy, holy, holy are these truths that I utter, knowing them to be but falsehoods, broken mirrors, troubled waters. Hide me, O Our Lady, in thy womb, for I may not endure the rapture. In this utterance of falsehood upon falsehood, whose contradictories are also false, it seems as if that which I uttered not were true. Blessed, unutterably blessed, is the last of the illusions. Let me play the man and thrust it from me. Amen. Chapter 12. The Dragonflies. I-O is the cry of the lower, as O-I of the higher. In figures they are 1001. In letters they are joy. For when all is equilibrated, when all is beheld from without all, there is joy, joy, joy that is but one facet of a diamond. Every other facet whereof is more joyful than joy itself. Chapter 13. Pilgrim Talk. O thou that settest upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seeketh. When thou hast it, thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the Sodom apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terror else had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee, for the stride's sake thou stridest. Thus art thou lured along that path, whose fascination else had driven thee far away. O thou that drawest toward the end of the path, effort is no more. Faster and faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changed into ineffable rest, for there is no thou upon that path. Thou hast become the way. Chapter 14. Onion Peelings. The universe is the practical joke of the general, at the expense of the particular. Quoth Frater Perdurabo, and laughed. But those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them laughed, seeing the universal joke. Below these certain disciples wept, then certain laughed. Others next wept. Others next laughed. Next others wept. Next others laughed. Last came those that wept, because they could not see the joke, and those that laughed, lest they should be thought not to see the joke, and thought it safe to act like Frater Perdurabo. But though Frater Perdurabo laughed openly, he also at the same time wept secretly, and in himself he neither laughed nor wept, nor did he mean what he said. Chapter 15. The Gun Barrel. Mighty and erect is this will of mine, this pyramid of fire whose summit is lost in heaven. Upon it have I burned the corpse of my desire. Mighty and erect is this phallus of my will. The seed thereof is that which I have borne within me from eternity, and it is lost within the body of Our Lady of the Stars. I am not I am but a hollow tube to bring down fire from heaven. Mighty and marvelous is this weakness, this heaven, which draweth me into her womb, this dome which hideth, which absorbeth me. This is the night wherein I am lost, the love through which I am no longer I. Chapter 16. The Stag Beetle. Death implies change and individuality. If thou be that which hath no person, which is beyond the changing, even beyond changelessness, what hast thou to do with death? The bird of individuality is ecstasy, so also is its death. In love the individuality is slain. Who loves not love? Love death, therefore, and long eagerly for it. Die daily. Chapter 17. The Swan. There is a swan whose name is Ecstasy. It wingeth from the deserts of the north. It wingeth through the blue. It wingeth over the fields of rice. At its coming they push forth the green. In all the universe this swan alone is motionless. It seems to move, as the sun seems to move. Such is the weakness of our sight. O fool, criest thou. Amen. Motion is relative. There is nothing that is still. Against this swan I shot an arrow. The white breast poured forth blood. Men smote me. Then, perceiving that I was but a pure fool, they let me pass. Thus, and not otherwise, I came to the temple of the Grail. Chapter 18. Dewdrops. Verily, love is death, and death is life to come. Man returneth not again, the stream floweth not uphill. The old life is no more. There is a new life that is not his. Yet that life is of his very essence. It is more he than all that he calls he. In the silence of a dewdrop is every tendency of his soul and of his mind and of his body. It is the quintessence and the elixir of his being. Therein are the forces that made him, and his father and his father's father before him. This is the dew of immortality. Let this go free, even as it will. Thou art not its master, but the vehicle of it. Chapter 19. The Leopard and the Deer. The spots of the leopard are the sunlight in the glade. Pursue thou the deer stealthily at thy pleasure. The dappling of the deer is the sunlight in the glade. Concealed from the leopard, do thou feed at thy pleasure. Resemble all that surroundeth thee, yet be thyself, and take thy pleasure among the living. This is that which is written, lurk, in the book of the law. Chapter 20. Samson. The universe is in equilibrium. Therefore he that is without it, though his force be but a feather, can overturn the universe. Be not caught within that web, O child of freedom. Be not entangled in the universal lie, O child of truth. Chapter 21. The Blind Webster. It is not necessary to understand. It is enough to adore. The God may be of clay. Adore him. He becomes God. We ignore what created us. We adore what we create. Let us create nothing but God. That which causes us to create is our true father and mother. We create in our own image, which is theirs. Let us create, therefore, without fear. For we can create nothing that is not God. Chapter 22. The Despot. The waiters of the best eating houses mock the whole world. They estimate every client at his proper value. This I know certainly, because they always treat me with profound respect. Thus they have flattered me into praising them thus publicly. Yet it is true, and they have this insight because they serve, and because they can have no personal interest in the affairs of those whom they serve. An absolute monarch would be absolutely wise and good. But no man is strong enough to have no interest. Therefore, the best king would be pure chance. It is pure chance that rules the universe. Therefore, and only therefore, life is good. Chapter 23. Skidoo. What man is at ease in his inn? Get out. Wide is the world and cold. Get out. Thou hast become an initiate. Get out. But thou canst not get out by the way thou camest in. The way out is the way. Get out, for out is love and wisdom and power. Get out. If thou hast tea already, first get you tea, then get O, and so at last get out. Chapter 24. The Hawk and the Blind Worm. This book would translate beyond reason into the words of reason. Explain thou snow to them of Andaman. The slaves of reason call this book abuse of language. They are right. Language was made for men to eat and drink, make love, do barter, die. The wealth of a language consists in its abstracts. The poorest tongues have wealth of concretes. Therefore have adepts praised silence. At least it does not mislead as speech does. Also, speech is a symptom of thought. Yet silence is but the negative side of truth. The positive side is beyond even silence. Nevertheless, one true God crieth Hryliu, and the laughter of the death rattle is akin. Chapter 25. The Star Ruby. Facing east, in the center, draw deep, deep, deep thy breath, closing thy mouth with thy right forefinger pressed against thy lower lip. Then, dashing down the hand with a great sweep back and out, expelling forcefully thy breath, cry, Apo Pantos Kakodemonos. With the same forefinger touch thy forehead, and say, Soy thy member, and say, O Phale, thy right shoulder, and say, Iskoros, thy left shoulder, and say, Eucharistos. Then clasp thine hands, locking the fingers, and cry, I-A-O. Advance to the east. Imagine strongly a pentagram, a right in thy forehead. Drawing the hands to the eyes, fling it forth, making the sign of Horus, and roar, Chaos! Retire thine hand in the sign of Hor-Pa-Krat. Go round to the north and repeat, but scream, Babylon! Go round to the west and repeat, but say, Eros. Go round to the south and repeat, but bellow, Psyche. Completing the circle widdershins, retire to the center, and raise thy voice in the paean with these words, Iopan, with the sign of Nox. Extend the arms in the form of a tau, and say, low but clear, Promo Iungus, Opisomo Teletarchai, Epidexia Sinoches, Eparistera Demones, Flagei, Gar Perimo Ho Aster Ton Pinte, Kai in the still Ho Aster Ton Hex, Est Key. Repeat the cross Kabbalistic as above, and end as thou didst begin. Chapter 26. The Elephant and the Tortoise. The absolute and the condition together make the one absolute. The second, who is the fourth, the demiurge, whom all nations of men call the first, is a lie grafted upon a lie multiplied by a lie. Fourfold is he, the elephant upon whom the universe is poised, but the carapace of the tortoise supports and covers all. This tortoise is sixfold, the holy hexagram. These 6 and 4 are 10. 10, the one manifested that returns to the not unmanifest. The Almighty, the All-Ruler, the All-Knower, the All-Father, adored by all men and by me abhorred. Be thou accursed, be thou abolished, be thou annihilated. Amen. Chapter 27. The Sorcerer. A sorcerer, by the power of his magic, had subdued all things to himself. Would he travel? He could fly through space more swiftly than the stars. Would he eat, drink, and take his pleasure? There was none that did not instantly obey his bidding. In the whole system of 10 million times 10 million spheres, upon the 22 million planes, he had his desire. And with all this, he was but himself, alas. Chapter 28. The Pole Star. Love is all virtue, since the pleasure of love is but love, and the pain of love is but love. Love taketh no heed of that which is not, and of that which is. Absence exalteth love, and presence exalteth love. Love moveth from height to height of ecstasy, and faileth never. The wings of love droop not with time, nor slacken for life or for death. Love destroyeth self, uniting self with that which is not self, so that love breedeth all and none in one. Is it not so? No? Then thou art not pardoneth. May be. I write it, but to write her name. Chapter 29. The Southern Cross. Love, I love you. Night, night, cover us. Thou art night, O my love, and there are no stars but thine eyes. Dark night, sweet night, so warm and yet so fresh, so scented, yet so holy. Cover me, cover me. Let me be no more. Let me be thine. Let me be thou. Let me be neither thou nor I. Let there be love in night and night in love. N-O-X, the night of Pan, and Layla, the night before his threshold. Chapter 30. Jhana Dreams. Dreams are imperfections of sleep. Even so is consciousness the imperfection of waking. Dreams are impurities in the circulation of the blood. Even so is consciousness a disorder of life. Dreams are without proportion, without good sense, without truth. So also is consciousness. Awake from dream, the truth is known. Awake from waking, the truth is the unknown. Chapter 31. The Garret. It moves from motion into rest, and rests from rest into motion. These it does alway, for time is not. So that it does neither of these things. It does that one thing which we must express by two things, neither of which possesses any rational meaning. Yet its doing, which is no doing, is simple and yet complex, is neither free nor necessary, for all these ideas express relation, and it, comprehending all relation in its simplicity, is out of all relation, even with itself. All this is true and false, and it is true and false to say that it is true and false. Strain forth thy intelligence, O man, O worthy one, O chosen of it, to apprehend the discourse of the Master. For thus thy reason shall at last break down, as the fetter is struck from the slave's throat. Chapter 32. The Mountaineer. Consciousness is a symptom of disease. All that moves well moves without will. All skillfulness, all strain, all intention is contrary to ease. Practice 1,000 times, and it becomes difficult. 1,000 and it becomes easy. 1,000 times 1,000, and it is no longer thou that doeth it, but it that doeth itself through thee. Nor until then is that which is done well done. Thus spoke Frater Perdurabo, as he leapt from rock to rock of the moraine, without ever casting his eyes upon the ground. Chapter 33. Baphomet. A black two-headed eagle is God, even a black triangle is he. In his claw he beareth a sword, yea, a sharp's sword is held therein. This eagle was burnt up in the great fire, yet not a feather is scorched. This eagle is swallowed up in the great sea, yet not a feather is wetted. So flieth he in the air, and lighteth upon the earth at his pleasure. So spake Iacobus Burgundus Molensis, the Grand Master of the temple, and of the god that is ass-headed, did he dare not speak. Chapter 34. The Smoking Dog. Each act of man is the twist and double of an hare. Love and death are the greyhounds that course him. God bred the hounds, and taketh his pleasure in the sport. This is the comedy of Pan, that man should think he hunteth, while those hounds hunt him. This is the tragedy of man, when facing love and death he turns to bay. He is no more hare, but boar. There are no other comedies or tragedies. Cease then to be the mockery of God. In savagery of love and death, live thou and die. Thus shall his laughter be thrilled through with ecstasy. Chapter 35. Venus of Milo. Life is as ugly and necessary as the female body. Death is as beautiful and necessary as the male body. The soul is beyond male and female, as it is beyond life and death. Even as the lingam and the yoni are but diverse developments of one organ, so also are life and death but two phases of one state. So also the absolute and the conditioned are but forms of that. What do I love? There is no form, no being, to which I do not give myself wholly up. Take me who will. Chapter 36. The Star Sapphire. Let the adept be armed with his magic rood, and provide him with his mystic rose. In the center, let him give the LVX signs. Or, if he know them, if he will and dare do them, and can keep silent about them, the signs of NOX, being the signs of puer, vir, puella, mulier. Omit the sign IR. Then let him advance to the east, and make the holy hexagram, saying, Pater et Mater, unus Deus ararita. Let him go round to the south, make the holy hexagram, and say, Mater et Filius, unus Deus ararita. Let him go round to the west, make the holy hexagram, and say, Filius et Filia, unus Deus ararita. Let him go round to the north, make the holy hexagram, and then say, Filia et Pater unus Deus ararita. Let him then return to the center, and so to the center of all, making the rosy cross as he may know how, saying, Ararita, Ararita, Ararita. In this the sign shall be those of Set triumphant and of Baphomet. Also shall Set appear in the circle. Let him drink of the sacrament, and let him communicate the same. Then let him say, Omnia in duos, duo in unum, unus in nihil. Haec nec quator, nec omnia, nec duo, nec unus, nec nihil sunt. Gloria Patri et Matri et Filio et Filiae et Spiritui Sancto. Externo et Spiritui Sancto. Interno ut erat erit in saecula, saeculorum sex in uno per nomen septum, in uno erita. Let him then repeat the signs of LVX, but not the signs of NOX, for it is not he that shall arise in the sign of Isis rejoicing. Chapter 37. Dragons. Thought is the shadow of the eclipse of Luna. Samadhi is the shadow of the eclipse of soul. The moon and the earth are the non-ego and the ego. The sun is that. Both eclipses are darkness. Both are exceedingly rare. The universe itself is light. Chapter 38. Lambskin. Cowan skidoo, tile, swear to Hile all. This is the mystery, life. Mind is the traitor. Slay mind. Let the corpse of mine lie unburied on the edge of the great sea. Death, this is the mystery. Tile, Cowan Skidoo. Chapter 39. The Looby. Only loobies find excellence in these words. It is unthinkable that A is not A. To reverse this is but to revert to the normal. Yet by forcing the brain to accept propositions, of which one set is absurdity, the other truism, a new function of brain is established. Vague and mysterious and all indefinite are the contents of this new consciousness. Yet they are somehow vital. By use, they become luminous. Unreason becomes experience. This lifts the leaden-footed soul of the experience of that, of which reason is the blasphemy. But without the experience, these words are the lies of a looby. Yet a looby to thee, and a booby to me, a Balacius ruby to God may be. Chapter 40. The Hymog. A red rose absorbs all colors but red. Red is therefore the one color that is not. This law, reason, time, space, all limitation blinds us to the truth. All that we know of man, nature, God, is just that which they are not. It is that which they throw off as repugnant. The Hymog is only visible insofar as he is imperfect. Then are they all glorious who seem not to be glorious, as the Hymog is all glorious within? It may be so. How then distinguish the inglorious and perfect Hymog from the inglorious man of earth? Distinguish not, but thyself extinguish. Hymog thou art, and Hymog shall thou be. Chapter 41. Corned beef hash. In VVVVV is the great work perfect. Therefore, none is that pertaineth not to VVVVV. In any may he manifest, yet in one hath he chosen to manifest, and this one hath given his ring as a seal of authority to the work of the AA, through the colleagues of Frater Per Durabo. But this concerns themselves in their administration. It concerneth none below the grade of exempt adept, and such an one only by command. Also, since below the abyss reason is lord, let men seek by experiment, and not by questionings. Chapter 42. Dust Devils. In the wind of the mind arises the turbulence called I. It breaks. Down shower the barren thoughts. All life is choked. This desert is the abyss, wherein is the universe. The stars are but thistles in that waste. Yet this desert is but one spot accursed in the world of bliss. Now and again travelers cross the desert. They come from the great sea, and to the great sea they go. As they go, they spill water. One day they will irrigate the desert till it flower. See, 5 footprints of a camel. VVVVV. Chapter 43. Mulberry Tops. Black blood upon the altar, and the rustle of angel wings above. Black blood of the sweet fruit, the bruised, the violated bloom, that setteth the wheel a-spinning in the spire. Death is the veil of life, and life of death, for both are gods. This is that which is written, a feast for life, and a greater feast for death, in the book of the law. The blood is the life of the individual. Offer then blood. Chapter 44. The Mass of the Phoenix. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar, on which are his burin, bell, thurible, and and 2 of the cakes of light. In the sign of the Enterer he reaches west across the altar, and cries, Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives the sign of silence, and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar see me stand with light and music in mine hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abrahadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Take thy 1 crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake in the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in Liber Legis, and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burin he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I staunch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, and cries, Abrahadabra. I entereth in with woe and mirth, and now go forth and with thanksgiving, to do my pleasure on the earth, among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. Chapter 45. Chinese Music. Explain this happening. It must have a natural cause. It must have a supernatural cause. Let these 2 asses be set to grind corn. May, might, must, should, probably, may be, we may safely assume, ought, it is hardly questionable, almost certainly. Poor hacks, and let them be turned out to grass. Proof is only possible in mathematics, and mathematics is only a matter of arbitrary conventions. And yet doubt is a good servant, but a bad master. A perfect mistress, but a nagging wife. White is the lash of the overseer. White is black, is the watchword of the slave. The master takes no heed. The Chinese cannot help thinking that the octave has 5 notes. The more necessary anything appears to my mind, the more certain it is that I only assert a limitation. I slept with faith, and found a corpse in my arms on waking. I drank and danced all night with doubt, and found her a virgin in the morning. Chapter 46. Buttons and Rosettes. The cause of sorrow is the desire of the one to the many, or of the many to the one. This also is the cause of joy. But the desire of one to another is all of sorrow. Its birth is hunger, and its death satiety. The desire of the moth for the star at least saves him satiety. Hunger thou, O man, for the infinite. Be insatiable even for the finite. Thus, at the end, shalt thou devour the finite, and become the infinite. Be thou more greedy than the shark, more full of yearning than the wind among the pines. The weary pilgrim struggles on. The satiated pilgrim stops. The road winds uphill. All law, all nature must be overcome. Do this by virtue of that in thyself, before which law and nature are but shadows. Chapter 47. Windmill Words. Asana gets rid of anatomy consciousness. Pranayama gets rid of physiology consciousness. Involuntary breaks. Yama and Niyama get rid of ethical consciousness. Voluntary breaks. Pratyahara gets rid of the objective. Dharana gets rid of the subjective. Dhyana gets rid of the ego. Samadhi gets rid of the soul impersonal. Asana destroys the static body, nama. Pranayama destroys the dynamic body, rupa. Yama destroys the emotions. Niyama destroys the passions, vedana. Dharana destroys the perceptions, sana. Dhyana destroys the tendencies, sankhara. Samadhi destroys the consciousness, vinanam. Homard a la Thermidor destroys the digestion. The last of these facts is the one of which I am most certain. Chapter 38. Mome Wraths. The early bird catches the worm, and the 12-year-old prostitute attracts the ambassador. Neglect not the dawn meditation. The first plover's eggs fetch the highest prices. The flower of virginity is esteemed by the pandar. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise, but late to watch and early to pray brings him across the abyss, they say. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Chapter 49. Warata Blossoms. 7 are the veils of the dancing girl in the harem of it. 7 are the names, and 7 are the lamps beside her bed. 7 eunuchs guard her with drawn swords. No man may come nigh unto her. In her wine cup are 7 streams of the blood of the 7 spirits of God. 7 are the heads of the beast, whereupon she rides. The head of an angel, the head of a saint, the head of a poet, the head of an adulterous woman, the head of a man of valor, the head of a satyr, and the head of a lion serpent. 7 letters hath her holiest name, and it is. Narrator's note. Crowley here illustrates a seal of a 7-pointed star. Beginning from the westmost point, each point of the star contains a letter, spelling the name of Babylon. In the center of the star is the Greek symbol for Theta. Crosses extend from its western, northern, and eastern boundaries. To the left of the westmost cross is the number 77. To the left of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the eastmost cross is the number 77. By itself, at the southernmost boundary of Theta, is the number 7. This is the seal upon the ring that is on the forefinger of it, and it is the seal upon the tombs of them whom she hath slain. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of Our Lady, for it is the number of a woman, and her number is 156. Chapter 50. The Vigil of St. Hubert. In the forest, God met the stag beetle. Hold, worship me, quoth God, for I am all great, all good, all wise. The stars are but sparks from the forges of my smiths. Yea, verily, and amen, said the stag beetle. All this do I believe, and that devoutly. Then why do you not worship me? Because I am real, and you are only imaginary. But the leaves of the forest rustled with the laughter of the wind. Said wind and wood, they neither of them know anything. End of chapter 0 through 50. is in the public domain. Chapter 51. Terrier Work. Doubt. Doubt thyself. Doubt even if thou doubtest thyself. Doubt all. Doubt even if thou doubtest all. It seems sometimes as if beneath all conscious doubt there lay some deepest certainty. Oh, kill it. Slay the snake. The horn of the doubt goat be exalted. Dive deeper, ever deeper, into the abyss of mind, until thou unearth the fox that. On, hounds, yoinks, tally-ho, bring that to bay. Then wind the mort. Chapter 52. The Bull Baiting. 411 books wrote I. In each did I expound the great work fully, from the beginning even unto the end thereof. Then at last came certain men unto me, saying, O Master, expound thou the great work unto us, O Master. And I held my peace. O generation of gossipers, who shall deliver you from the wrath that is fallen upon you? O babblers, prattlers, talkers, loquacious ones, tattlers, chewers of the red rag that inflameth apiece the Redeemer to fury. Learn first what is work, and the great work is not so far beyond. Chapter 53. The Douser. Once round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Twice round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Thrice round the paddock, highly, lowly, wily, holy, dip, dip, dip. Then neighed the horse in the paddock, and lo, its wings. For whoso findeth the spring beneath the earth, maketh the treaders of earth to course the heavens. This spring is threefold, of water, but also of steel, and of seasons. Also this paddock is the toad that hath the jewel between his eyes. Aum mani padmen hum. Keep us from evil. Chapter 54. Eavesdroppings. 45 apprentice masons out of work. 15 fellow craftsmen out of work. 3 master masons out of work. All these sat on their haunches, waiting the report of the sojourner, for the word was lost. This is the report of the sojourners. The word was love, and its number is 111. Then said each Amo, for its number is 111. Each took the trowel from his lap, whose number is 111. Each called moreover on the goddess Nina, for her number is 111. Yet with all this went the work awry, for the word of the law is Thelema. Chapter 55. The Drooping Sunflower. The one thought vanished. All my mind was torn to rags. Nay, my head was mashed into wood pulp, and thereon the daily newspaper was printed. Thus wrote I, since my one love was torn from me. I cannot work. I cannot think. I seek distraction here. I seek distraction there. But this is all my truth, that I who love have lost, and how may I regain? I must have money to get to America. O mage, sage, gauge thy wage, or in the page of thine age is written rage. O my darling, we should not have spent 90 pounds in that 3 weeks in Paris. Slash the brakes on thine arms with a pole-axe. Chapter 56. Trouble with Twins. Holy, 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 unto 555 times holy be Our Lady of the Stars. Holy, 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 unto 156 times holy be Our Lady that rideth upon the beast. Holy, 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 unto the number of times necessary and appropriate, be Our Lady Isis in her millions of names, all mother, genetrix, meretrix. Yet holier than all these to me is Layla, night and death. For her do I blaspheme alike the finite and the infinite. So wrote not Frater Perdurabo, but the imp Crowley in his name. For forgery let him suffer penal servitude for 7 years, or at least let him do pranayama all the way home. Home? Nay, but to the house of the harlot whom he loveth not. For it is Layla that he loveth, and yet who knoweth which is Crowley, and which is Frater Perdurabo? Chapter 57. The Duck-Billed Platypus. Dirt is matter in the wrong place. Thought is mind in the wrong place. Matter is mind, so thought is dirt. Thus argued he, the wise one, not mindful that all place is wrong. For not until the place is perfected by a T, saith he, placet. The rose uncrucified droppeth its petals. Without the rose, the cross is a dry stick. Worship then the rosy cross, and the mystery of 2 in 1. And worship him that swore by his holy T, that one should not be one, except in so far as it is 2. I am glad that Layla is afar. No doubt clouds love. Chapter 58. Haggai Howlings. Haggard am I, and hyena, I hunger and howl. Men think it laughter. Ha, ha, ha. There is nothing movable or immovable under the firmament of heaven, on which I may write the symbols of the secret of my soul. Yea, though I were lowered by ropes into the utmost caverns and vaults of eternity, there is no word to express even the first whisper of the initiator in mine ear. Yea, I abhor birth, ululating lamentations of night. Agony, agony, the light within me breathes veils, the song within be dumbness. God, in what prism may any man analyze my light? Immortal are the adepts, and yet they die. They die of shame unspeakable. They die as the gods die, for sorrow. Wilt thou endure unto the end, O Frater Perdurabo, O lamp in the abyss? Thou hast the keystone of the royal arch, yet the apprentices, instead of making bricks, put the straws in their hair, and think they are Jesus Christ. O sublime tragedy and comedy of the great work. Chapter 59. The Tailless Monkey. There is no help but hotchpot in the skies, when Asticus sees crabs and lobsters rise. Man that has spine and hopes of heaven to be, lacks the amoeba's immortality. What protoplasm gains in mobile mirth is loss of the stability of earth. Matter and sense and mind have had their day. Nature presents the bill, and all must pay. If, as I am not, I were free to choose, how Buddhahood would battle with the booze. My certainty that destiny is good rests on its picking me for Buddhahood. Were I a drunkard, I should think I had good evidence that fate was bloody bad. Chapter 60. The Wound of Amfortas. The self-mastery of Percival became the self-masturbatory of the bourgeois. Virtus has become virtue. The qualities which have made a man, a race, a city, a caste, must be thrown off. Death is the penalty of failure. As it is written, in the hour of success sacrifice that which is dearest to thee, unto the infernal gods. The Englishman lives upon the excrement of his forefathers. All moral codes are worthless in themselves. Yet in every new code there is hope, provided always that the code is not changed because it is too hard, but because it is fulfilled. The dead dog floats with the stream. In Puritan France, the best women are harlots. In vicious England, the best women are virgins. If only the Archbishop of Canterbury were to go naked in the streets and beg his bread. The new Christ, like the old, is the friend of publicans and sinners, because his nature is ascetic. Oh, if every man did no matter what, provided that it is the one thing that he will not and cannot do. Chapter 61. The Fool's Knot. O fool, begetter of both I and not, resolve this knotty knot. O, I, this I and O, I owe, I-a-o, for I owe, I, to Nabana Zo. I pay, the dissolution of the house of God, for pay comes after O, after Ayin that triumphs over Aleph in Ein that is O. Opus, the work, the opening of the eye, thou naughty boy, thou openest the eye of Horus to the blind eye that weeps. The upright one in thine uprightness rejoiceth. Death to all fishes. Chapter 62. Twig. The phoenix hath a bell for sound, fire for sight, a knife for touch, 2 cakes, one for taste, the other for smell. He standeth before the altar of the universe at sunset, when earth life fades. He summons the universe, and crowns it with magic light to replace the sun of natural light. He prays unto, and give homage to, Ra Hor Kuit. To him he then sacrifices. The first cake burnt illustrates the profit drawn from the scheme of incarnation. The second, mixed with his life's blood and eaten, illustrates the use of the lower life to feed the higher life. He then takes the oath and becomes free, unconditioned, the absolute, burning up in the flame of his prayer, and born again, the phoenix. Chapter 63. Marjorie Daw. I love Layla, I lack Layla. Where is the mystic grace, sayest thou? Who told thee, man, that Layla is not knew it, and I had it? I destroyed all things, they are reborn in other shapes. I gave up all for one. This one hath given up its unity for all. I wrenched dog backwards to find God. Now God barks. Think me not fallen because I love Layla and lack Layla. I am the master of the universe. Then give me a heap of straw in a hut and Layla naked. Amen. Chapter 64. Constancy. I was discussing oysters with a crony. God sent me the angels, Den and Doni. And man of spunk they urged would hardly choose to breakfast every day chez Laperouse. No, I replied, he would not do so, but think of this woe if Laperouse were shut. I eat these oysters and I drink this wine solely to drown this misery of mine. Yet the last height of consolation's cold, its pinnacle, is not to be consoled. And though I sleep with Jane and Eleanor, I feel no better than I did before. And Julian only fixes in my mind, even before feels better than behind. Your mercurial spirits be so kind as to enable me to raise the wind. Put me in Layla's arms again, the accursed, leaving me that, else how may do his worst. Doni and Den, perceiving me inspired, conceived their task was finished, they retired. I turned upon my friend and breaking bounds, borrowed a trifle of 200 pounds. Chapter 65. Sic Transiat. At last I lifted up mine eyes and beheld, and lo, the flames of violet were become as tendrils of smoke, as mist at sunset upon the marshlands, and in the midst of the moon pool of silver was the lily of white and gold. In this lily is all honey, in this lily that flowereth at the midnight, in this lily is all perfume, in this lily is all music, and it enfolded me. Thus the disciples that watched found a dead body kneeling at the altar. Amen. Chapter 66. The Praying Mantis. Say, God is one. This I obeyed. For 1,001 times a night, for 1,000 nights and one, did I affirm the unity. But night only means Layla, and unity and God are not worth even her blemishes. Allah is only 66, but Layla counteth up to 77. Yea, the night shall cover all. The night shall cover all. Chapter 67. Sodom Apples. I have brought pleasant trifles, and thus soothed my lack of Layla. Light is my wallet, and my heart is also light. And yet I know that the clouds will gather closer for the false clearing. The mirage will fade. Then will the desert be thirstier than before. O ye who dwell in the dark night of the soul, beware most of all of every herald of the dawn. O ye who dwell in the city of the pyramids, beneath the night of Pan, remember that ye shall see no more light, but that of the great fire that shall consume your dust to ashes. Chapter 68. Manna. At 4 o'clock there is hardly anybody in Rumpelmeyer's. I have my choice of place and service. The babble of the apes will begin soon enough. Pioneers, O pioneers! Sat not Elijah under the juniper tree and wept? Was not Muhammad forsaken in Mecca, and Jesus in Gethsemane? These prophets were sad at heart, but the chocolate at Rumpelmeyer's is great, and the mousse noir is like Nephthys for perfection. Also, there are little meringues with cream and chestnut pulp, very velvety seductions. Sail I not towards Layla within 7 days? Be not sad at heart, O prophet. The babble of the apes will presently begin. Nay, rejoice exceedingly, for after all the babble of the apes, the silence of the night. Chapter 69. The Way to Succeed, and the Way to Suck Eggs. This is the holy hexagram. Plunge from the height, O God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the height, O man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This interchange, the double gift of tongues, the word of double power, abrahadabra, is the sign of the great work. For the great work is accomplished in silence. And behold, is not that word equal to Cheth, that is Cancer, whose sigil is 69. This work also eats up itself, accomplishes its own end, nourishes the worker, leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. Chapter 70. Broomstick Babblings. Frater Perdurabo is of the Sanhedrim of the Sabbath, say men. He is the old goat himself, say women. Therefore do all adore him. The more they detest him, the more do they adore him. Aye, let us offer the obscene kiss. Let us seek the mystery of the gnarled oak and of the glacier torrent. To him let us offer up our babes. Around him let us dance in the mad moonlight. But Frater Perdurabo is nothing but an eye. What eye none knoweth. Skip witches, hop toads, take your pleasure, for the play of the universe is the pleasure of Frater Perdurabo. Chapter 71. King's College Chapel. For mind and body alike there is no purgative like pranayama, no purgative like pranayama. For mind, for mind and body alike, there is no purgative, like pranayama, pranayama. Yea, for mind and body alike, there is no purgative, for mind and body alike, no purgative, like pranayama. No purgative for mind and body alike, like pranayama, like prana, pranayama. Amen. Chapter 72. Hashed Pheasant. Shemhamfarash, all hail divided name, utter it once, O mortal of Arash. The universe were swallowed up in flame, Shemhamfarash. Nor deem that thou amid the cosmic crash may find one thing of all those things the same. The world has gone to everlasting smash. No, if creation did possess an aim, it does not, it were only to make hash of that most high and that most holy game, Shemhamfarash. Chapter 73. The Devil, the Ostrich, and the Orphan Child. Death rides the camel of initiation. Thou humped and stiff-necked one that groanest in thine asana, death will relieve thee. Bite not, Zelator dear, but bide. 10 days didst thou go with water in thy belly? Thou shalt go 20 more, with a firebrand at thy rump. Aye, all thine aspiration is to death. Death is the crown of all thine aspiration. Triple is the cord of silver moonlight. It shall hang thee, O Holy One, O hanged man, O camel termination of the third person plural, for thy multiplicity, thou ghost of a non-ego. Could but thy mother behold thee, O thou Unt, the infinite snake Ananta that surroundeth the universe, is but the coffin worm. Chapter 74. Carey Street. When nothing became conscious, it made a bad bargain. This consciousness acquired individuality, a worse bargain. The hermit asked for love, worst bargain of all. And now he has let his girl go to America to have success in life. Blank loss. Is there no end to this immortal ache that haunts me, sleeping or awake? If I had Layla, how could I forget time, age, and death, insufferable fret? Were I an hermit, how could I support the pain of consciousness, the curse of thought? Even were I that, there still were one sore spot, the abyss that stretches between that and not. Still the first step is not so far away. The Mauretania sails on Saturday. Chapter 75. Plover's Eggs. Spring beans and strawberries are in. Goodbye to the oyster. If I really knew what I wanted, I could give up Layla, or give up everything for Layla. But what I want varies from hour to hour. This wavering is the root of all compromise, and so of all good sense. With this gift a man can spend his 70 years in peace. Now is this well or ill? Emphasize gift, then man, then spend, then 70 years, and lastly, peace, and change the intonations. Each time reverse the meaning. I would show you how, but for the moment, I prefer to think of Layla. Chapter 66. Phaeton. No, yes, perhaps. Oh, I, hi. Why? No. Hail, all ye spavine gelded hamstrung horses. Ye shall surpass the planets in their courses. How? Not by speed, nor strength, nor power to stay, but by the silence that succeeds the neigh. Chapter 77. The sublime and supreme septenary, in its mature, magical manifestation through matter, as it is written, and he-goat also. Layla. Chapter 78. Wheel and Woe. The great wheel of samsara, the wheel of the law, dhamma, the wheel of the tarot, the wheel of the heavens, the wheel of life. All these wheels be one, yet of all these the wheel of the tarot alone avails thee consciously. Meditate long and broad on this wheel, revolving it in thy mind. Be this thy task, to see how each card springs necessarily from each other card, even in due order, from the Fool to the 10 of coins. Then when thou knowest the wheel of destiny complete, mayest thou perceive that will which moved it first. There is no first or last, and lo, thou art passed through the abyss. Chapter 79. The Bald Bullier. Some men look into their minds, into their memories, and find naught but pain and shame. These then proclaim the good law unto mankind. These preach renunciation, virtue, cowardice in every form. These whine eternally, smug, toothless, hairless coot, debauch emasculated Buddha, come ye to me. I have a trick to make you silent, O ye foamers at the mouth. Nature is wasteful, but how well she can afford it. Nature is false, but I'm a bit of a liar myself. Nature is useless, but then how beautiful she is. Nature is cruel, but I too am a sadist. The game goes on. It may have been too rough for Buddha, but it's, if anything, too dull for me. Viens vous negre, donne-moi tes lèvres encore. Chapter 80. Blackthorn. The price of existence is eternal warfare. Speaking as an Irishman, I prefer to say, the price of eternal warfare is existence. And melancholy as existence is, the price is well worth paying. Is there a government? Then I'm agin it. To hell with the bloody English. Oh, Frater Perdurabo, how unworthy are these sentiments. Do you want a clip on the jaw? Chapter 81. Louis Ling. I am not an anarchist in your sense of the word. Your brain is too dense for any known explosive to affect it. I am not an anarchist in your sense of the word. Fancy a policeman let loose on society. While there exists the burgess, the hunting man, or any man with ideals less than Shelley's, and self-discipline less than Loyola's. In short, any man who falls far short of myself. I am against anarchy and for feudalism. Every emancipator has enslaved the free. Chapter 81. Borscht. Witch moon that turnest all the streams to blood, I take this hazel rod and stand and swear, and oath beneath this blasted oaken bear, that rears its agony above the flood, whose swollen mask mutters an atheist prayer. What oath may stand the shock of this offense? There is no eye, no joy, no permanence. Which moon of blood eternal ebb and flow, of baffled birth and death still lurks a change, and all the leopards in thy woods that range, and all the vampires in their bows that glow, brooding on bloodthirst, these are not so strange, and fierce as life's unfailing shower these die, yet time rebears them through eternity. Hear then the oath, which moon of blood, dread moon, let all thy striges and thy ghouls attend. He that endureth even to the end hath sworn that love's own corpse shall lie at noon, even in the coffin of its hopes, and spend all the force won by its old woe and stress in now annihilating nothingness. This chapter is called Imperial Purple and a Punic War. Chapter 83, The Blind Pig. Many becomes two, one, naught. What comes to naught? What? Shall the adept give up his hermit life, and go eating and drinking and making merry? Aye, shall he not do so? He knows that the many is naught, and having naught, enjoys that naught even in the enjoyment of the many. For when naught becomes absolute naught, it becomes again the many, and this many and this naught are identical. They are not correlatives or phases of some one deeper absence of idea. They are not aspects of some further light. They are they. Beware, O my brother, lest this chapter deceive thee. Chapter 84, The Avalanche. Only through devotion to Frater Perdurabo may this book be understood. How much more then should he devote himself to Iowas, for the understanding of the holy book of Thelema? Yet must he labor underground eternally. The sun is not for him, nor the flowers, nor the voices of the birds, for he is passed beyond all these. Yea, verily, oft times he is weary. It is well that the weight of the karma of the infinite is with him. Therefore is he glad indeed, for he hath finished the work, and the reward concerneth him no whit. Chapter 85, Borborygmi. I distrust any thoughts uttered by any man whose health is not robust. All other thoughts are surely symptoms of disease. Yet these are often beautiful, and may be true, within the circle of the conditions of the speaker. And yet again, do we not find that the most robust of men express no thoughts at all? They eat, drink, sleep, and copulate in silence. What better proof of the fact that all thought is dis-ease? We are Strasbourgese. The tastiness of our talk comes from the disorder of our bodies. We like it. This only proves that our tastes also are depraved and debauched by our disease. Chapter 86, Tat. Ex nihilo, N-I-H-I-L, feet. In, the fire that twisteth itself and burneth like a scorpion. I, the unsullied, ever-flowing water. H, the interpenetrating spirit, without and within. Is not its name Abrahadabra? I, the unsullied, ever-flowing air. L, the green, fertile earth. Fierce are the fires of the universe, and on their daggers they hold aloft the bleeding heart of earth. Upon the earth lies water, sensuous and sleepy. Above the water hangs air, and above air, but also below fire, and in all, the fabric of all being woven on its invisible design is aether. Chapter 87. Mandarin Mules. There is a dish of shark's fin and of sea slug, well set in birds' nests, oh. Also there is a souffle most exquisite of chow chow. These did I devise, but I have never tasted anything to match thee. Narrator's note. Crowley here illustrates a symbol, consisting of a vertical Ouroboros superimposed over an inverted cross, with two vertical bars, one to the left and one to the right, of the central intersection, which she gave me before she went away. March 22nd, 1912, EV. Chapter 88. Gold Bricks. Teach us your secret, master, yap my yahoos. Then for the hardness of their hearts and for the softness of their heads, I taught them magic. But, alas, teach us your real secret, master, how to become invisible, how to acquire love, and oh, beyond all, how to make gold. But how much gold will you give me for the secret of infinite riches? Then said the foremost and most foolish, Master, it is nothing, but here is 100,000 pounds. This did I deign to accept, and whispered in his ear this secret. A sucker is born every minute. Chapter 89. Unprofessional Conduct. I am annoyed about the number 89. I shall avenge myself by writing nothing in this chapter. That, too, is wise. For since I am annoyed, I could not write even a reasonably decent lie.
Czechoslovakia.
Yes.
You lying ass Superman.
Fuck you.
You're Egyptian.
Me? I wish if I were Egyptian, I
انت
was,
بتكذب ليه يا ابني؟
what is that language about?
أنا عارفة إنك أنت مصري.
Me? Are you kidding me?
Yes, it is. I thought you looked. I thought you looked beautiful. I've like taking a sir. Oh, Oh, you're welcome. Oh, pay those taxes. Pay those taxes. Yeah. It's gotta be shorts, right? I forgot. Yep. It's the shorts. Let's see, we matched. Bumble. Oh, I guess I won't beat around the bush. Around the bush. What's your number? I'd love to treat you. I'd love to chat on a date. Join out. I see we matched on Bumble. I guess I won't beat around the bush. What's your number? I'd love to chat and plan a date this week.
more mindfulness, like I said.
I lost custody. Now shut the fuck up, bitch. You saying all that lost custody shit because that's what you want the people to believe, bitch. Yeah. That's why I don't like you bogus assholes. I really don't like y'all. I don't even want y'all in here. Or not. I don't even want y'all in here around me. In my face, like, just around me. Like, you know.
Report. So I was gonna make it super like crazy and see.
Yeah, because he didn't think the tranny had a pecker. It was an inside job. He had to get in there to.
You gotta fix.
Guess I won't beat around the bush. Really? Yeah, I think. Spun out. Oh, thanks. Same. No complaints. Okay, this room's called Clubhouse Hell. This app is truly hell. There are apps where black women are screaming at each other, which are so crazy that you can't actually live stream what they're saying because it's just constant vulgarity and death threats. Welcome to Clubhouse Hell. Well, I guess I won't beat around the bush. Thanks again. Hey, Jamie. How was your moon day? I see we matched on Bumble. I guess I won't beat around the bush. What's your number? I'd love to chat and plan a date this week. What's strike one. The iron's hot. Iron's hot. What's your number? What's your number? To plan a date. I'd love to plan a date this week. Strike when the iron is hot. No federal. No federal are my it's brutal. It's brutal. Mm.
Oh shit! What are you talking about? Man, he crazy.
So just saying, these are things that
Marty. Let me tell you what I tell you. Okay, every night when mine went to bed, I had to have that code. This is when he finally got his smartphone.
comedy, but he can't. Like Tropic Thunder, Tom Cruise is absolutely hilarious. So, but yeah, no, it is. They should be in reverse. The casting should have been reversed. I think that would have been way better here. But I don't really like I don't know about the look of the film. It's sort of like it looks like a lackluster Smashing Pumpkins music video. It's a little too hazy.
We also want to welcome Adrian to the conversation. How's it going? What are your thoughts on Interview with the Vampire 1994?
It's been so long since I've seen it, and I always go back to Bram Stoker's, with God, who the hell was in that movie? What's his face? Dennis. Anyways, the point is, I don't Interview with a Vampire does not stick in my memory like Bram Stoker's Dracula, so I can't really comment on it that much.
No, for sure.
There's just something about, is it Brad Pitt or is it Tom Cruise that is all powdery, puffy white?
They're both vampires in this movie.
Wow.
That's Tom Cruise on the poster right here.
Yeah, it doesn't show up. I gotta click it, but too lazy to click it. So what, were like the 90s the best? And like the 80s were great, but like 90s were better than the 80s? Because like, that's when everything started going to shit.
Adam, what do you think?
Well, what's the question?
Are the 90s or the 80s better?
Oh, the 90s are way better. I'm with Tarantino on this one. I think the 80s is lackluster. I think the 80s is a bit of a hole, like the 50s. There are some fine films in the 80s, but as a whole, the 80s is kind of like the music and the culture. It's just like the old there's a styrofoam Big Mac containers, or like the McDonald's Big Breakfast, and those styrofoam cases that never biodegrade and are just like a ecological disaster that aesthetically are, just awful. It's just that to me is the 80s in general. Music, movies, it's that's my take. The 90s is more like the 70s. It's just there's like bangers and like legitimate cinematic masterpieces year after year. The quality of the films technically and just in the look of the films, everything is like just so much better. The effects are better, the film stock is better, the willingness for studios to fund interesting films, the more daring quality, the action films are way better. Though I do have a soft spot for Rambo 3 and Commando. But yeah, no, pound for pound, it's not. I don't even think it's close. The 90s for the win.
Yeah, that was well said. Tyrone, what do you think, bro? Do you like the 90s or the 80s more?
I'm a 90s guy, if I have to choose a decade. But Amadeus, it does. 1984.
That was so good.
That's true, man. That is eye candy. That is an eye candy movie. It is gorgeous.
He told me to watch Amadeus, and then I did, and I was like, Tyrone, you got any more? Like, damn. I will watch whatever you say. I'll find you more.
So is Salieri technically a vampire in that movie?
It feels that way, doesn't it? He's a life sucker.
What do you think about the Twilight series, like for vampire movies? Because YouTube shows me a lot of Twilight series shit, and when I see them fighting in the fields and running and screaming, and it's just so stupid, and it kind of just shows you how you can like manipulate films to just like draw it out, play sound effects, make it emotional. But at the when you're watching, you're just like, I hate these actors even like everything about it. I'm just like, I hate it, but I'm still gonna watch it because the algorithm is showing it to me.
Those movies are stupid. That's why I like this sort of even more, because Anne Rice is like makes this really twisted. It's like dark and fucked up, and more what I feel like is in line with vampires and what I want to see in the world they inhabit. Twilight is just like girl porn. Guys that want nothing more than to just like be with one woman and fight over her.
I just feel bad for any young girl or young man who spent, years of their lives reading the books even. And then drew the drop to Mom, Dad, I want to see the movie. They took them to see the fucking movie and they gained nothing. Like just total garbage media.
Yeah, I agree. Tyrone, are you gonna go see Interstellar before it leaves?
Yeah, I mean, I really want to see it on the 70 millimeter IMAX. Everyone said it's like the best cinema experience of their life, so I'm really gonna try.
Is there a 70 millimeter near where you live?
Yeah, there is one in San Francisco, in like downtown San Francisco.
Yeah, you need to come to Hollywood and come to the Universal Studios, bro, and come to that one.
It's even bigger.
So amazing. There were people that stood the whole time the movie was on just because that's how bad they want to see it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. But yeah, I'll let you know if I end up getting that chance.
Well, they only have it for like one more week. They like extended the run for another week.
It's 20-year anniversary, right? Or 10
the 10 year.
What is it, 10 years?
Yeah.
I guess I'm waiting for 20.
It's Inception?
Interstellar.
Oh gosh. Like, what is it about? I like the soundtrack to that movie and Inception. Who's the guy who did the soundtracks?
Is it Hans Zimmer, I think?
Zimmer, yeah. Those pair really well with a lot of things. Like, I'll play Inception or Interstellar while I'm listening to audiobooks, and it, like, amps up the audiobook, like, tenfold. So it's like the way your brain responds to that music. I mean, this app is a dopamine feedback loop, but Hans Zimmer and a good audiobook, you're gonna like flare your dopamine.
Adam, do you like Interstellar? Have you seen this movie?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is pretty intriguing. I think I think it starts to fall a little bit in the latter quarter of the film. I don't mind. I like the epilogue where I like that we get to see him. He gets to see his daughter and the sort of the time distortion and like how everything has come back and then some. I like that part of it at the end, and I do like him leaving and stuff at the very end. But the whole sort of wormhole or black hole sequence and stuff, I don't know, it was too schmaltzy. But I do like the build up. I like the how it rolls out at the beginning through the half of the film. It creates a lot of tension and suspense. Like, where are we going? I don't really like the destination, but I don't know how else you would do it. So, but yeah, no, it's a good film. It's not my favorite Nolan film, but it's fine. It's better than than Inception, I think. It's certainly better than Dark Knight Rises, but I think it's way better than the magic movie. What is it? The Prestige.
The Prestige.
Yeah, the Prestige and Dark Knight Rises are my bottom two Nolan films, but it's definitely in the. I would say this is probably kind of mid-tier. It's a mid-tier Nolan film.
Tyrone, how would you rank Nolan? From best to worst.
Oh, that's really difficult. That's like telling someone to rank their own children.
I know, and imagine I have a clock and you only have a minute.
I would probably put Dark Knight still at the top, and then Interstellar, and then oh my god, now I gotta think of other movies. Still love Memento. Got a thing for Memento. I know towards the bottom I'd have Dark Knight Rises, Dunkirk. Somewhere down there. I just wasn't a big fan of Dunkirk. Wait, help me name other ones. Inception, I'd probably put in top 5.
The Prestige.
Sorry, Adam, if I offended you with Dunkirk's slow pace.
Oh man, Dunkirk is easily my favorite Nolan film. That's interesting.
Yeah.
What about Oppenheimer, Tyrone?
Oppenheimer, I've only seen once, but I loved it. I think it's super solid, but it's not a movie I might go back to often. But I think as a one-watch, beautiful masterpiece, it's a top 5. I thoroughly enjoyed the build-up and the music there. What else? What else am I missing?
You said the Dark Knight Rises, I think, right?
Yeah, that one's. I like the first 10 minutes of that movie, and then it just gets kind of silly.
Have you ever seen Insomnia?
Oh yeah, I've seen Insomnia, but still probably not my favorite. But yeah, he's solid overall. Like really, really good. I'd put him in my top 3, like more contemporary directors.
Also, you guys, his next movie that he's making now is allegedly about vampires. So that will be something. We also want to welcome Joanna to the conversation. Joanna, how are you? What are your thoughts on Interview with the Vampire 1984?
Salutations. I was a huge fan of the book, so I remember looking forward to it and going to see it the day it debuted with my friends. Not obviously, the casting as far as their appearances didn't match what I imagined. I did enjoy the performance, and particularly my heartstrings were pulled by Christian Slater being in there for Leonardo DiCaprio, who's supposed to have been Daniel.
Oh, really? Leonardo DiCaprio was up for that role?
Yeah, but then he died. So it's Christian Slater.
Oh, you mean River Phoenix?
Oh, River Phoenix, yeah. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I remember just being like, oh, wow. And
cool.
I mean, they had to go with who was available. So, like, Kristen Dunst, although she did a great job, she was supposed to be a much smaller child. And I think Armand was closest to what I envisioned casting versus my imagination while I read the book. With that said, I watched it several times. I enjoyed it tremendously.
Is the scene where Armand kills that woman in front of everyone in the theater in the book?
I believe it is, yes.
So fucked up. I thought that was really... There were some scenes that were really effective in this movie, and I was wondering if they were directly pulled from the source material.
Yeah, it was pretty close to the book as far as what they showed. In many cases, but there was one portion about with Louis who died in his family. Like in the movie, they put his wife and child, and in real life, in the book, it was like his brother, his little brother. I think that was the only thing they changed.
Retro was saying he felt like Lestat and Louis were underdeveloped, and that he didn't. What did you think about the source material to the screen in terms of what was lacking for you?
In my opinion, I think I was so tied to the book. I feel like I was like, well, I know this is supposed to happen. I don't feel like they were so much underdeveloped as just looking so very different than I imagined them. I thought Lestat would look more like Bret Michaels, and Tom Cruise looks nothing like Bret Michaels.
But you still like their performances overall?
I did. I thought Louis would be dark-haired and look like Nikki Sixx. But Brad Pitt did a good job. Just doesn't look like what I imagined. I just imagined everybody being a glam rocker.
Was the entire book covered in the plot? In this, does it end the same way as in the novel?
I think so. Now, I actually just had a brain freeze, and I can't remember whether they showed Lestat's mom or whether that was the next book.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, she's not in this movie.
I think that's probably... I think maybe she was in the next book, but the way it ended is just the same. It was very neatly completed.
What else do you guys want to talk about with this or with anything you want to talk about in general?
What's up?
He's back.
I've been listening to you a little bit. Joanna, I like your perspective on the movie. Have you seen the show? Because the show's pretty good. I watched the show.
No, I was like, After they tried to do The Queen of the Damned, which I think was the third or fourth book, I was like, oh God, they're so far away from how it reads that I couldn't deal.
From what people tell me who read the book, the show is a lot better in terms of depicting the characters and telling the stories. So I recommend it.
Thank you.
I don't think you'll be disappointed.
I had no idea that Queen of the Damned, the Aaliyah movie, was a sequel to Interview with the Vampire. I'm looking at this right now, and it's even in the synopsis. In this loose sequel to Interview with the Vampire Lestat becomes a rock star whose music wakes up the equally beautiful and monstrous Queen of all vampires. I'm dying here as I process this. Also, I welcome Spear to the conversation. What's good, bro? What are your opening thoughts on Interview with the Vampire, bro?
What's going on?
What's up?
I saw this when I was like 7, 8 years old. So I just thought it was a cool vampire movie. I didn't really realize it was I didn't even think about it. I just thought it was just like a cool vampire movie. Tom Cruise playing a vampire, but I didn't know there was just like this whole romance between Louis and Lestat that's toxic as hell. And I didn't know that it was like that until I got older. And when some people was explaining it to me, so looked at this movie very different. So when they said that they were gonna remake this, and the television show actually is to me better than the actual movie itself. I think it's a good depiction of what Anne Rice wanted from the book and what she wanted to have in the first movie. So yeah, but overall, I thought it was a great performance from Tom Cruise. I know from behind the scenes that there was a lot of doubters saying that he couldn't do it, especially from Anne Rice. She thought he was a bad choice, but he nailed it. And too bad him and Brad Pitt didn't get along. It sucks, but shit, good movie though.
Bro, this movie, I remember seeing it when I was little too, and there's some scary shit in this movie though, bro. Disintegrates, like that was fucking epic. The scariest part is this chick who's like naked on stage, and she's like, "Don't kill me, please!" And then and then Antonio Banderas comes out, and he fucking just kills her anyway, and then everybody just leaves, and it's just like, what the fuck? Like, there's some shit I thought, like I keep saying, really effective in the movie. Do you remember being like scared by any of these things when you were little, Spear?
A little bit, man. Like when they did the running fast and biting somebody, I thought that was pretty scary. There was some scary things that happened. I do remember that scene. And I was kind of broken when they killed Kirsten Dunst's character off too. She was like so innocent, but the most dangerous one out of all of them. But she didn't start out that way. You know, Louis turned her, and I felt bad for her when it came to like, you know, when she's about to die. So, but yeah, I was scared by the movie.
Adam, I saw you came off mic a minute or two ago. Do you have anything you wanted to add?
Not about Interview with a Vampire or something else, but let's see Sarah's here, and maybe we can get some more. Let's run the veins dry on this one.
On Interview with a Vampire. Well, I wanted to ask Retro then, in the book and in the source material, do we get more emphasis on why this group of vampires kills people in that manner and in like such a theatrical fashion, and what their whole like modus operandi is? Because it's not very explored in the movie. You were saying in the TV show it is, Retro? Like more in depth on the group of vampires that decides to hunt people this way? Bueller. Anyone? But does anyone know this? Joanna, in the book, in the novel, you know what I mean? Because I thought that was one of the most effective things in the movie. The whole posse that Antonio Banderas runs, basically. More about them.
Vampires. They actually were pretty decent. Because, I don't know if it's like the 7th book. There's like a whole book that's about Armand and how he came to be. And technically, Antonio Banderas was too old for that role. But he did a spectacular job. And his whole little organization and the way he ruthlessly dispatched them, the same as in the book.
Yeah, I thought that he was great. Oh, also, Sarah, I was welcoming you back in the room. Just for anyone joining us, Sarah had said she hadn't seen the movie or read the books, so that's why I hadn't gone back to you. Is there any other thoughts you wanted to share, Sarah, on the Interview with the Vampire in general? Thanks for being here.
Just curious listening. But yeah, I just don't do good with like vampire stuff, horror stuff, so I should watch it. So it makes me want to watch it, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, no, right? This is Retro's like field more than mine with the show. I haven't seen the show Retro has, and he knows the source material better than I.
The show is very queer, and I love anything queer, so that definitely is on my radar.
Yeah, Sarah, it's really about a toxic love story, to be honest with you, and it also it's also like a little bit deeper. I think the show is probably like a better version of what the book was supposed to be about, but I still think this movie is worth it to watch. Clearly, they didn't go all the way with it in the movie because it was in the 90s and then it's Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt. So, but in the show, I think the show gives a little bit more better depiction for Anne Rice and what she wanted to do in the book. So,
it was kind of funny in this movie, even knowing everything we know, because basically, like, Brad Pitt is hooking up with a girl, she's like going down on him, and then all of a sudden he just blacks out, and we just see off screen like that Tom Cruise kills the girl. He wants to
Scuola della
himself, you know, and he
seconda
starts biting into him, and then he's like raising him in the air, and he's all like, "Do you want it?" And the guy's like, and he's like, "No," and then he just like leaves. That's how this goes down in this movie. And then another time, then he gets him again, And so to add all the gay context to it, it's just like it's still there in the movie. Without that, it's just like he has no agency as a human being. Like you literally took away. That's why immediately he's like so disinterested with being a vampire. I'm just curious if that plays out the same way in the source material and in the show, because the movie does the same beats kind of without emphasizing the romantic element between the two characters. Retro, do you know? Retro's not here for some reason, but Joanna has also would know for us.
I would say that the book is much more intense, much more passionate, and the movie kind of glosses over the romance and suggestions. The second book is much more delicious and passionate. And the first movie, it's just I guess they had to do it along with what they thought would sell back then.
Do you know what happens to Lestat in Queen of the Damned, and then afterwards, and how many novels there are of all this? How far-reaching this goes?
I mean, there are so many, and I stopped reading them years ago. But I know I read a good 6. There's The Vampire Lestat, Queen of the Damned, what's his name? Then there's like 2 more, and then the Mayfair Witches start showing up and having their own novels in that universe.
But Claudia and everything that takes place in this movie is in Interview with the Vampire, the book, and then that's it, right? Is that correct? Is that character only in this one novel?
Yeah.
And then do Lestat and Louis continue their relationship in these other books, or do they separate and are they not in stories together after this?
They kind of pop up here and there. You'll see Lestat more than Louis. But Louis pops up, and it's just kind of like, it gets kind of bland.
Do Lestat and Louis continue to be like adversaries and have a conflict with one another every time that they're around each other, or?
Not really, because Louis ceases to care as much about Lestat. And then
when you're a vampire, it just never ends, you guys. So sometimes you just gotta decide, I'm gonna excuse myself from this narrative and the never-ending journey.
And then the whole book devoted to Lestat is called Tale of the Body Thief, where he decides to see if he can trade places with somebody who's living. And this is I think it's set in the 1980s or something. And he just couldn't remember what it was like to be human. And then he realizes that guy legit made off with his body. So he has to try and find that guy and get his original body back while he's inside of a mortal body.
Yeah, Siddharth was saying in the chat too, yeah, I just found that out today too, that Queen of the Damned is a sequel to this, the Aaliyah movie.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone seen that movie?
Yeah, it was hard. It was a hard watch.
Was it?
Queen of the Damned was a hard watch.
Stuart Townsend is playing Tom Cruise's role in that movie.
Yeah.
He's okay. It's not bad.
It's boring. It's one of those movies that it's kind of like Mission Impossible 2, which should be exciting, but I forgot I was watching it. And asked my grandpa.
Yeah, Ahmed works at some store, so he can't talk whenever he gets a customer.
Doing a little more branding now. So entrepreneurs, realtors, small businesses, large businesses.
Are you at a place where people come to you, or do you still have to do active marketing and shit?
Yeah, so it's definitely a good mix of both, for sure. Without posting or without constantly reminding people that I'm here, I'm doing this shit. I'll still get inquiries from my.
Okay, I have a very weird question. What is the difference between Tamil and Telugu?
Yeah, I haven't had sex for fucking 25 years.
25? Hold on, I'm not that old.
When did you last have sex?
What the fuck? How old are you now?
I'm 36.
Steph, didn't I help you achieve orgasm like 6 months ago on this app?
No.
That wasn't you?
No.
Oh, maybe it was Zach. My bad.
That's not Zach. That's Zach's girlfriend.
I know, but Jacqueline, you probably just don't remember, but I helped you orgasm on this app. I talked dirty to you till you came.
No.
Oh my God, Jacqueline, are you like a little clubhouse hoe?
No. Yeah. Could you please close the door? Thank
Hi,
you.
Jacqueline's nurse.
It's getting spicy in here.
Hi, Jacqueline. We want to talk to your nurse.
Okay, kiss you, Nikki.
Hi, praise the Lord, sister. Take care of her.
Okay. Thank you.
Jacqueline, have your jello.
You know, Buster, you have a pretty much talent for talking to disabilities.
I know because I was a special ed.
I swear, you have this special thing. I don't know where you got it from. But
I don't know.
Special in your own way.
Special ed class. You know?
no, I don't know how you do it. Like, you're very good at it. It's kind of like
Patient and
whatever.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know. Jacqueline's like.
I never saw this good side of you. Okay, with Zach and now with her.
Well, yeah, Jacqueline and Zach are my favorite handicapped people.
And all the blind people that.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't like the blind ones.
No, I don't like the blind ones.
He's bullying the blind ones.
Yeah. Jacqueline, how long have we known each other? This is Bussy, by the way.
Yes. I know it's your pussy.
Oh my God, Jacqueline, you're my little she-devil. Look at you. You look so cute.
Thank you.
Jacqueline, what state are you in?
Texas.
Texas. Girl, you don't like Republicans, but you live in the heart of Republican land.
I know. Ugh.
Did you vote for Jacqueline?
Donald Trump, right?
Right.
Fuck Donald Trump. Did you even vote?
No, I didn't get to vote.
Why not?
Why?
Because my grandma didn't call the number that she was supposed to call in time for me to vote. Because, you know.
Well, that's good. Women shouldn't vote anyway.
Jacqueline, why haven't you answered the question of why you're showing your pussy on this?
I'm not trying to.
It just happens.
Jack, it's okay, Jack. I just want to know what's hotter, your little panties or your pentagram and your devil horns?
Jacqueline, did you guys know that Jacqueline's a Satanist? She's a Church of Satan. Remember, Jacqueline, you told me? Satanist?
Yes, I am.
Satanist.
So what about...
Does everyone mention your panties when they talk to you?
Yeah, Jacqueline, why do you wear such a short dress?
Because I like short dresses.
I like what boys want.
She's a grown woman and a Satanist. Just let her dress however she wants, you racist
I have to
bigots.
say, Jacqueline, you have a nice, smooth leg for a handicapped woman.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that because you look there? Does hair not grow on your legs?
No, she's
My
not.
hair doesn't.
Are you Asian?
No, she's Native American.
Really? Hair doesn't grow on your legs?
I'm half Native American, half Hispanic. Well, and part Caucasian. So I'm like.
Which part of that doesn't grow hair on your leg?
I have no idea which part doesn't grow hair on my leg. Just
So you don't get hair in your pussy? You don't get hair in your pussy? It's okay, we're all friends.
Do you like to read books?
I love reading books.
She loves Twilight.
No, I hate Twilight.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
What do you like to read?
I like to read Exit to Eden. It's a book from Anne Rice. It's like her first erotica.
I said, I'm right. I'm right.
Do you know Ayn Rand?
I do like Ayn Rand. I like Anthem.
How about George Bataille?
I have no idea who that is.
Okay. Well, I feel like you will like it because you seem like freaky.
Yeah, Sam, check your Instagram. I sent you a message.
Okay.
I like Ernest Hemingway. So.
Do you like to watch movies?
I like Ernest.
Yes, I like to watch movies.
That's a little treat for you, Sam, if you ever come to San Diego.
Oh.
Not you, Jacqueline.
Ooh, this.
I like to eat candy.
Jacqueline, if there was something your government could.
You're such a predator.
Jacqueline, if there was something if there was something your government could do for you, Jacqueline, to make you happier, what would it be?
Well, it sounded like Plankton.
Well, right now, they are trying to the nursing home is trying to get a chair for me, so I would like a chair.
A tariff.
A chair.
Is it dinner?
A tariff.
No, a chair. An electric wheel chair.
Oh, it's not.
They're trying to get an electric wheel chair for me.
You know, Jacqueline, how come you don't shoot like the
I don't
CEO?
know, Ryan.
Yeah.
If he wants a treat, it will be those like sticks for Christmas, the white and red one.
Anything too.
Huh? Your treat that you just mentioned.
Me?
Oh my God, you really have fucking short-term problems.
I said I like to eat candy. I never mentioned a treat.
Oh
Yeah.
no, you said now I see a treat. You said now I see a treat.
Jacqueline, when was the last time you had a seizure?
Last time I had.
I didn't say now I see a treat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought you said that.
I
thought you referred to Mixed.
I had a seizure.
Oh, someone else may have said that.
I had a seizure like. Okay.
Jacqueline, talk.
Real quick, and then I stopped talking.
Okay, I had a seizure.
Go ahead, Jacqueline.
I had a seizure like several years ago.
All right. Ryan, I thought you were saying to Mixed that now I see a treat. And then I said, if he's a treat, it will be those treats, the one the stick with like the curve in it. Yeah. Red.
A peppermint machine.
Okay, I know. Okay, Jacqueline, you can talk again.
Oh my God, Sam, you didn't check your fucking Instagram.
Jacqueline,
Send me shit. I'm on my Instagram.
Jacqueline, have you ever been in love, Jacqueline?
Yeah, she was telling about her love story.
Someone said I want to suck this candy.
She had sex from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
But that wasn't love. That was sex.
Okay, girl, calm down. Holy shit.
Was he doing any drugs while he was doing that?
Gracias.
No. There were no drugs.
How did you keep it up for that long?
Yes, I did send you shit.
I don't. Well, okay, so I mean, there were like breaks. There were breaks in between. You know,
okay. I thought you for 12 hours straight.
You know, there's a refractory period of like 17 minutes. So, you know, after 17 minutes, the guy can go again. So.
Jacqueline, get to the point. You're fucking me up.
I'm just saying, like after 17 minutes, the guy can go again. So, yeah, he would go.
Usually look vibes.
So Jacqueline, what we're trying to figure out is, since you're a practicing Satanist, do you believe in sex magic?
Of course, I believe in sex magic.
So what does sex magic mean to you? Because Abby doesn't get laid, neither does Melania, neither does Ryan, and Sam is divorced. You're the only one getting any ass.
No. I meet up with people all the time, and a lot of times they don't pass, and I send them home.
You smell their smegma and you say, "Oh, I can't touch that smegma. It stinks too much."
I don't like their vibe, so
I got it.
You're Gandalf, and you're like, "You shall not pass."
Well,
guys, doesn't it look like
Adrian
is holding?
Not just anybody can fuck me, okay?
We've always been.
It looks like Adrian is holding Jacqueline in his PTR.
Jacqueline, can you say nigger?
I can, but I don't like. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying it.
Neighbor.
Why not?
Hold on, she didn't finish answering my question about sex magic, Melania. If you could refrain from the N-word and ruining my Instagram live stream, I'd appreciate it. Stop being such a petty little F-word N-word.
Would you have sex with you?
Okay,
Hi,
thank you.
hi, Jacqueline nurse. Hi. We're all listening to her.
Wait, Jacqueline, can you speak right now?
No, she can't talk no more. Anyways, entertain me then.
Well, one time I went out on a date she had something similar to what Jacqueline had, and I still took her out on a date. I was like, this will be my mitzvah. So I paid for a fancy dinner for a handicapped young woman. And then after the dinner was over, I said, how are you going to get home? And she said, I rode my bike. I said, rode your bike? You can't even walk. How did you ride a bike? Sure enough, she got on a bike and rode away disabled. I was like, that's incredible.
She fucking
It's like, this woman is...
She trolled you.
I mean, no, she didn't troll me. She
Was
had...
it an electric bike?
No, she had the kind of syndrome like Lou Gehrig's where she was shaking and like her arms were coming up and she had bad motor coordinations, but sure enough, yeah, she could ride a bike even with all the, the movement going on. Anyways, she was working a light at the opera and she came from a farm. And she got this job at the LA Opera being a light operator, and that's what she was going to do. And no one was going to tell her any different. I knew something was wrong, though. She had a cute face, and I was like, I had to call her. I was like, something's off here. What's going on? Couldn't figure it out until we got to the restaurant. Hi, Deb. Welcome to Only Fatties.
Shit ever. Shut the fuck up, you fucking nigger kike. I'm getting sick and tired of you fucking muting me because you're stupid. Oh, hi, Jacqueline.
Yes, I finished taking my medication.
Oh, you 5150?
Do you guys know that rock is free to use now?
What kind of medication do you take, Jacqueline?
It's for my migraines.
Oh, you have
my God, Ryan needs
migraines?
that too. What is it for Ryan? No, Ryan needs it. Ozempic?
No, it's for migraines. So.
Okay, what's it called?
Well, this was lidocaine.
Lidocaine. That sounds fun.
Lidocaine?
Yes.
Jacqueline, Jacqueline,
migraine.
how do you pay for all your medical treatments and your housing?
Governor assistant.
Yes.
You're on SSDI. You're on Social Security Disability.
No, I'm on SSI, Social Security
Income.
Supplemental Social Security income.
What about Oh, you couldn't get SSDI though because you didn't pay in.
You don't have Obamacare?
Right. I didn't get a chance to work. I went from college to nursing home. Or hospital to nursing home.
Oh.
Shit.
Well, at least you don't go to the grocery store like Abby every day and use coupons in the checkout aisle. She's a fatty.
We're all fat here.
Yeah, we are.
That's true.
Well, I'm not fat.
I
Yes,
know,
you are.
but you've got other problems, Jacqueline.
No, you are fat, just like us.
Jacqueline, you're not fat. You're beautiful. Abby's a fatty. At least you have the courage to put up your PTR with your real picture, unlike Abby, because she's a real fatty.
Exactly.
Did you hear how she said exactly? It was like there was a chicken lodged in each cheek.
I mean, I feel like I'm fat because I weigh 120 pounds.
Oh, honey,
and
you
this
look like
is
a
the most.
fucking chode. You look like a fucking fat chode in a chair, bitch.
I weigh 120 pounds.
Look at
that big ass show.
No bullying and no abusive language, Melania, you racist F-word, N-word.
Excuse me, I am best friends with Jacqueline. We went to panty shopping and got that cute little outfit that she's wearing right now.
You
Right,
did?
Jacqueline?
You went to Lover's Lane together?
We went to Hot Topic.
I got this on Amazon for $4.
Girl, I got
Nice.
Jacqueline, you don't want me to take you to Hot Topic?
I would like to go to Hot Topic if they had stuff that I like
it out.
right now. And
What
they
do you
had
mean?
stuff.
You wear pajamas and horns and all you do.
No, the horns. I got everything from Amazon.
How big is your tits?
I don't know. They're not very big.
Yeah, they're very small. But did you guys know that you can use
I
Grok
mean,
for tea now?
they're
Okay, Jacqueline, you talk a lot. Holy shit.
I mean, they're like
Jacqueline, are you pregnant?
triple D's, but I'm like, small frame, so they're still small.
Your tits are not triple D. Stop lying.
Jacqueline, do you think you could give birth to a child?
She's on birth
I would
control.
not. I would not like to give birth to a child.
You're on birth control, right?
Yes, I'm on the double Provera.
Wow. Well, Ryan is on prep. Melania's on prep.
Actually, I believe they told.
Jacqueline.
Actually, I believe they told me I have endometriosis.
The fuck is that, bitch?
Oh, that's like an ovary thing. They tell everybody that, Jacqueline. Don't believe the lies.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone has that shit.
What is that?
You wouldn't know about it. You don't have ovaries.
It makes it difficult for you to have children.
Yeah.
Bitch, you want to get disease? No, girl.
No, she doesn't want to. She just said that. I heard it from 6 people on here. I learned it via Clubhouse what it meant.
Yeah, my friend has endometriosis. I had to hear all about that shit.
Yeah, that shit
Jacqueline
sounds
denied that she's
painful.
fat, but that's weird because she is fat.
Shut the fuck up. You're fat as well.
I'm not fat.
You're chubby. You got a belly.
Jacqueline, you can say you're
You're not fat, Jacqueline. You are petite. You are beautiful. Sam has horrible taste in women, and thus why he's divorced and why he's gay and now sending dick pics to Melania. So don't listen to Sam, Jacqueline.
Oh, I'm not saying that I'm into her. I'm saying that objectively there's a punch.
Subjectively, she's perfect, Sam. You're a divorcee now. What do you know?
Well, Sam, don't listen to him.
I know what bellies look like. It's not a hard thing to identify. It's like one of the easiest.
Haven't you seen Pulp Fiction when he says to his wife, he says a pot belly is sexy? The fuck, Sam?
Remember that scene?
Oh my god, you know
Do you think about the little pot belly is sexy? Yeah, baby, pot bellies are sexy.
My boyfriend. I'm in love with a stripper.
She didn't say pot belly. She said a little.
Do you think I have a little pot belly?
Anyway, for who cares? Grok is free now.
Grok. Grok.
Oh wow, Grok is free. Who cares? I could go listen to Elon Musk right now. Why am I talking to you?
If you go on Twitter, you can click on the post, and on top there's a slash. If you click on it, it will do a whole analysis of the post.
We'll post this room and see if we'll do an analysis on all these fatties.
Except I'm not fat.
I know, Jacqueline. Jacqueline, you're perfect. How many matches do you have on Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge?
I'm not on Mumble and I'm not on Hinge.
Bumble.
Or Bumble. I'm not on Bumble. Because I saw the commercial for Bumble and it looks like it's for people who want to get
Bitch,
married.
no one wants to go out with you, girl.
That's not true. Melania, why are you so negative? People would fall in love with Jacqueline because she's got a beautiful heart.
Jacqueline is like a walking carpet. You can step on her because she can't move. Like, it's Jacqueline.
Well, you've got the IQ of an F word, N word, and that makes you even less, I mean,
faggot nigger?
yeah. Like, you're even less valuable to a man than a paraplegic woman at a nursing facility.
And you fucking live in a Project 8 housing, bitch, with a bald-headed receding line, and you smell like fucking ass and pubic hair.
Are you projecting?
Bitch, I'm not bald.
Have I shown you, Melania? Have I shown you the picture of my Oh yes, I did show you the picture of my friend in San Antonio, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, but
No.
show it.
Oh, okay.
Show number.
Okay, I'll show you a picture of my friend in San Antonio. Oh, yeah, he and I have been together since I was 20.
Wow.
Yeah, we have a long distance open relationship, so.
Damn.
I'll show a picture.
I would love to be in a long distance open relationship where I never had to travel, but whenever that person wanted to be sexually fulfilled, she flew to me and I sexually fulfilled her, and then she just flies right back and she's like, we're in an open sexual relationship. I was like, yeah.
I have a few of those, but
Sam, I want a baby.
they're not as good as the ones that.
What a baby, Stan! You can't just gestate!
Sam, I want a baby.
Where's the baby gonna gestate?
Sam, I want a baby. Can we try?
Where is the baby going to gestate? You can't have a baby.
I can have a uterus transplant.
You can't, Stan. You can't have a baby.
I can have a baby.
We fully support your desire to have a baby, but where's the baby gonna gestate?
In my asshole.
Damn.
Ew.
It's the womb.
That bitch is gonna be ugly.
Bitch, you're gonna be ugly, bitch.
It's gonna resemble its father. It's gonna be all stained. It's gonna be an F word, N word.
Faggot nigger?
That's right, F word, N word. You said it.
Faggot nigger.
You said it.
Do you want to have sex with me, Chicago cheeseburger?
Do I have sex? Where's the baby gonna gestate?
In my ass.
What's it like when semen flows out of your butthole and your lover licks it up out of your butt crack?
Okay, this is my friend in San Antonio.
What does he look like? Is it a girl or is it a guy?
What is it?
This is my friend.
Oh shit, he paints his fingernails?
Yes.
God, that's so disgusting. Why does he do
looks
that?
like you, John.
I got less hair than that. What are you talking about? It's true that it kind of does look like me, but everybody looks like Steve.
He wears black eyeliner too.
Oh, it's so hot. So hot.
Oh gosh, you should stop.
So hot right now. So hot.
He
right
wears skinny jeans too.
Oh, I love that for him. I love that for him.
And he wears clothing from Hot Topic.
Damn, really?
Mhm.
What does he buy, like the $5 tees or something?
No, he gets the trip pants.
He gets the what?
The trip pants.
Twerk pants.
Trip pants.
Oh, trip pants. Can I get you something for Christmas?
Yes.
What would you like?
I like dresses.
Oh, really? Do you want me to get you a dress from Gucci?
Yeah, that would be nice.
My God, Claw, come up here. Claw, meet Jacqueline. Her pussy's coming out.
Damn.
Okay, but that's my
Jacqueline, why are you showing your fucking pussy, Jacqueline? Eat that pussy, girl.
Okay, well, that's a picture of my friend from San Antonio.
Okay, we get it. He's a faggot.
Not.
Oh, girl, with a black nail polish, girl, that screams faggot to me.
No, he's just like
He's got
the lady
great-
from Hot Topic.
He's got great
Girl,
taste.
that's a fag.
No, he's the goth kid.
Yeah. Once
Yeah.
a goth kid, always
Yeah,
a goth
yeah.
kid.
That's
He looks
exactly
like
it.
Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs.
He put the lotion on, scared bringing the hose again.
Jacqueline, it puts the lotion in the basket. It puts the lotion in the
I
basket.
think that Buffalo Bill would not take Jacqueline because she's a little too fat for his.
What do you mean? He's fattening her up to make a skin leather coat jacket.
What size do you wear?
I wear small.
Oh, you're too fucking fat. Alright.
Damn, you sound like Buffalo Bill, Melania.
Put the fucking lotion in your basket.
You're good at that one.
10.
I love that movie. I saw that when I was
He
a kid.
puts the lotion in the basket.
2.
Who are you saying to, girl?
Jacqueline, is your mother a famous senator?
You better not leave, Jacqueline.
No, I'm not going to leave. I'm going to take pictures.
What are you gonna change it to? Why are you yelling at me?
Jacqueline, what's your favorite dessert?
My favorite dessert? It would be...
Cock.
I think... I just like berries. Like
Oh, like
pomegranate.
pomegranate. You like a pomegranate? You like the seeds in a pomegranate?
Yeah.
It's so Jewish of you. I didn't know you were Jewish.
And I like blackberries. Oh, I love blackberries.
What about strawberries? Raspberries?
I love strawberries too. I love raspberries. I love raspberries.
Yeah, raspberries, I agree, are the best. Have you ever had a really good grapefruit?
Yeah, have you ever sucked on a
Yes, I love grapefruit. I love grapefruit.
Oh my god, Jacqueline, you need
I've
to
been
eat that
buying
fucking
these
grapefruit,
Texas grapefruits, and you know who Marshall Rankin is? He's that little boy from the Rio Grande. He's the Republican on this app, fake Republican. I realized that grapefruits are the best thing to come out of East Texas. People like, Marshall Rankin, they're not even as good as a grapefruit.
I believe that.
Thank you. Thank you for
Grapefruit
confirming
is
that.
disgusting.
I love grapefruit.
Why? Because it mixes with your medications? Because it tells you on the bottle, don't eat grapefruit?
No, that's another reason why I don't eat grapefruit, but...
Exactly. Because you're on medications and that's why you're seizuring.
Sorry, Bob.
Ryan, why are you so negative to Jacqueline?
I don't like the taste of grapefruit.
Oh, what are you eating now? Why are you
That's
eating?
because... Yeah, what's in your mouth?
Cookies.
Hello, only fatties. I'm eating Chex Mix.
Ooh, Chex Mix.
Girl, Ryan, I'm gonna start praying for
What
you,
is
girl.
that? Sorry, Bob.
Chex Mix is...
Chex Mix.
Bitch, I think you're asleep. Fucking fat. You are fat, bitch. One Chex
Oh.
I'm not fat. I only weigh...
What is Chex Mix?
Jacqueline, you're like little Haley's penis. You're like fat and disabled.
I'm not fat. I'm disabled.
Okay, what's Chex Mix?
Fucking stupid fat bitch.
Do I look
Yes, you do. You look like a fucking fat turd.
Oh.
Melania, you can't talk to her like that. She's a handicapped woman and you're using vulgarity. This is abusive and toxic.
Jacqueline, you look like a blood clot on a fucking tampon.
Jesus.
Are you being serious? Or is it
Jacqueline, I'm reporting Melania for talking to you like this.
Jacqueline, you're literally fucking Ryan T. Boswell hemorrhoid in his asshole. You're like the live embodiment of it.
Exactly. You're the blood clot that causes him a seizure.
You're like Lou coming back from work from a job that he doesn't have.
Jacqueline, you're like a clitoris that's
Jacqueline, I honestly think you're a beautiful woman, and I know that you're gonna have the best Christmas ever.
I'm sorry, Jacqueline.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jacqueline, if you're saying your friend is straight, honey, you don't see fucking faggot because that's a faggot. He's wearing lipstick.
Oh, he's not straight. He's not straight.
Then why do you say?
Take your picture. This is the
He's
ugliest
bisexual.
man.
He's bisexual.
Honey, that's not bisexual. That's a fag.
Jacqueline, please change your PTR.
Yeah, change it.
So wait, are you technically gay or straight based on like whether or not you can get laid?
I'll change it to my other picture.
Yeah, put on your fat body one. The fat one.
No, put another one.
Yeah.
Put
Come on, why are you not talking?
Put a photo of yourself in your best dress to show Bussy how beautiful you are.
Follow me back. Right, I mean. Hi.
Wow, you do the same mistake as me.
Shut up.
Wow.
And by the way, Ty, why you don't put your picture that we saw on the internet? Your Bitmoji that you made, I saw it.
Give us some information.
Hello?
Come on, Ty.
What?
Put your Bitmoji that you made of yourself. I saw it in the hallway. Come on, Ty. Come on, Ty. You're handsome.
Ty, you're still on this app, Ty?
Swipe up. Okay.
I thought you got married and moved to like London and married some like rich heiress.
He married a South African girl.
Wait, that's not you? I always get these two gay guys confused. Which one are you again?
Swipe up.
Swipe
up.
You know what?
Swipe
I'm
up.
gonna get some grapes because this fat girl needs some grapes.
Jacqueline, what are you talking about?
She's saying swipe up. You need to explain, Jacqueline, because they don't know what you're doing. Can you explain to the room what is swipe up?
I'm in bed. Oh my god. I'm in bed watching Abbott.
Hi, Jabria. Vegging in bed sounds nice. I don't know what Abbott is. Is that like some spy movie or something? Hope you're having a nice evening.
Hi, Jabria.
Vegging in.
I'm in bed. Oh my god. I'm in bed.
कैसे मैनेज करेंगे इसको? वन नेशन वन टैक्स करो ना भाई, सारा टैक्स क्यों रखे हो?
यार सबसे बड़ा मसला तो कामी भाई उस पर आप बात ही नहीं करते। वन नेशन वन वोट गॉड भी होना चाहिए भाई, ये लड़ाई ही खत्म है।
Look fat on the other picture. Swipe up.
Hi, everybody. I just went to the kitchen and put on another 5 pounds. I'm so fat. Oh no, the Irish leprechaun is here.
Swipe up.
She was dead to me the moment she licked me arsehole. We just got back from the nightclub. It was so hot and sweaty. She reinitiated sex with me. Then we had hot, sweaty sex, but she was dead to me.
2.
Oh, look who it is. Hey, Tim.
3.
I miss you.
Jacqueline, mute up.
Okay, do I look fat in that picture?
I don't know. You still got Buffalo Bill. Oh wait, let's see.
How many chins do you have?
Oh my God, there's a huge bug in my room. Damn, Jacqueline, you look so peaceful. Sorry, I just had to vacuum up a giant fucking beetle in my office here.
Hi, Jubria. Vegging in bed sounds nice. I don't know what app it is. Is it like some spy movie or something? Hope you're having a nice evening.
Fun.
I was a 0 when I came to the nursing home, but now
I was a negative.
Clubhouse Hero, nursing home 0.
You said you're a size 4?
Yes.
Oh no, Abby's asleep. Great. Melania's the moderator.
Melania,
I'm so confused what you're trying to say.
you said that you weren't going to. You said you were. You said that I didn't look fat, and that.
Honey, you're not fat, but you're not fucking skinny. It's size 0. me just be honest with you right there.
No, I am skinny.
Okay.
I only weigh 128 pounds. I'm a size 4.
Yeah, but how many push-ups and squats and sit-ups
Maybe it's
can
the
you
way
do?
you're laying down makes you look kind of big.
You look so peaceful, Jacqueline.
It's the way you're laying down, darling.
Such a wonderful little Satanist. How did the nursing home? How do the nursing home employees? Do they like that you're a Satanist?
Remember you said you had different color wigs? Remember you said that to Nita?
No, I said I want different colored wigs.
Does being a Satanist make you a nicer
I'm
person?
gonna get some. Which one do you want? Pink one? Like Hannah Montana?
No, I want.
Motherfucking Jeffree Star.
No, I want.
Yeah.
Oh, I did wear a wig once.
How were you
For
before?
theater. It was a blonde wig.
Oh my god, you sound wicked.
Oh my god. You did your Gwen Stefani impression.
Don't you have a baby on the way in London? So what do you think about this new app? Like they updated it again. They fucked it up.
I wore a blonde wig for theater. The theater director, she put it on me.
She put a wig on you.
When you played Eminem's mom.
No, I was a handmaiden to Queen Anne in the play a glass of water.
A glass of water? I feel a little bit thirsty. These crackers are making me thirsty. These crackers are making me thirsty.
So maybe it's the way I was lying down. Maybe it was the way I was lying down in the other picture, the one where I'm wearing the devil horns, because
Take another photo of your crotch.
I have them pulled. I wasn't sitting up in the chair. I was like lying down in the chair.
We know.
Jacqueline, have you ever seen a ghost? Like, do you believe in spirits?
You know.
Not really. And no, I haven't seen a ghost.
Do you believe in paranormal activity?
You don't have to answer that question if it makes you feel uncomfortable.
Oh, why?
Well, you're so smart, Jacqueline. You're smarter than most people on this app.
Do you believe in Santa Claus? You've never seen him.
I don't believe in Santa Claus.
You believe in the devil? You've never seen him.
I believe in who?
Who?
The Satanist.
Wait, you're a Scientologist?
Satanist.
No, she's a devil worshiper.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay, Hell Satan.
What I don't understand is you think that Jesus, you think that the devil is actually Jesus?
I don't hate God. I don't believe in God.
You don't believe in God?
That's okay. That's
You believe in Satan?
But who's bigger than the devil? God is bigger than the devil.
Okay, so
this could lead to a future where people don't want to invest in America anymore because they might not get their debts paid, and that's not a good thing when we rely on that. We don't want to be a society where, I don't know, our next 30 years are going to be huge in America. There's going to be a lot of changes to the American economy, economic structure. This is the biggest wealth transfer ever in human history. Millennials who have never had this much money are going to have a shitload of money. Are they going to spend it all and waste it all and give more money to the elites and corporations? Are they going to sell all their homes and move to Southeast Asia and live like kings? I don't know. Are they going to move to Argentina? I don't know. Are they going to move to Mexico City and live there because they'd rather live there in America? All these things that you think are, let's say, stagnant variables are not so stagnant from my perspective. We're going to lose the most skilled generation, the boomers, the most technically skilled generation, the most knowledgeable the most generational wealth, the most competent out of all our generations, unfortunately, as far as the jobs that they do, the most educated generation, and no other generation is at a point to fill those gaps in, which means we're going to have to import another like 30, 50 million people to fill in those gaps if we want to maintain our lifestyle. Otherwise, if we decide not to do that, we're going to have to figure out how to downsize all our government spending across the board that was only maintained by the huge tax base of the boomer generation.
Well, so what do you think about, because obviously the boomers are like, they say to be the last generation with generational wealth, you know, and I mean, call me conspiracy theorist, however, it just seems like the boomers are dropping off like flies as of recent. And
during COVID,
yeah. Obviously, my dad. The millennials are their children, right? Essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, they know that the boomers' money goes where? Their life insurance.
Am I going to Bitcoin? Am I going to the stock market? You know?
Like their children.
Yeah, to their children. Yeah.
I feel like they're going to keep this inflation like where we're not going to be able to enjoy the fruits of our parents' labor.
No, my problem isn't even that. Like, my problem is that we don't know what the millennials are going to do with that. Because we don't know my biggest thing is we don't know what the millennials are going to do with all the money that they get from their boomer parents and their $1 million homes. They could either reinvest back in America because they see a hopeful America into the future and spend that money reinvesting, building new businesses. I don't know, that's doubtful. They could be like, oh, America doesn't look too good into the future. It's turning into dystopia. I don't feel safe in some of these areas. I've heard that there's safer places with gated communities and armed guards around the world. I'd rather live there. There are places like this in every country where suburban people are protected by the states, actually, so that they're not, because they produce the money, they produce the wealth, they produce the jobs. So I could see millions of American millennials being like, look, I just got $3 million from my parents' estate. Will that money go further in America, in my expensive neighborhood, or would it go further living in like a king in Southeast Asia? Your money would go way further in Southeast Asia.
So, authoritarian like countries might like experience like a
not even authoritarian though. Like even Brazil or Argentina, there are plenty of places like anywhere around the world at this point. Even in India, there are even in like any country that you name, there are places where middle class people can and are protected. They're segregated away from the people. Even if you go to Rio de Janeiro, there are neighborhoods of like middle class people with gated communities.
Yeah,
right.
I didn't realize. I just came back from India and I was myself shocked because there were actually some really nice places I visited in India, and it was the first time I ever looked in India, and I was like, wow, this is really nice. It was the first time I respected India myself as an Indian person.
There's places like that everywhere around the world now. So now you might be competing. America's in a situation where they might have to start incentivizing their people to stay instead of just thinking, oh, they're going to stay. You have all these passport bros. They might be just the beginning.
Yeah, I think India is trying to force some of its population back and
get a hot Filipino wife.
Right.
Oh, but
get away from American regulation and go to places where the regulation's a lot easier to start businesses.
Amazon.
You're the guy who wants to go back to Egypt, right?
All of the small business owners and all of their. However, did you guys know? Tidbit. If you go shop on Amazon, do you know you can filter it to only have your search be American products? Did you guys know that? I just learned this.
That is probably going to be made mandatory by Trump.
Absolutely, yes, and I would love that. And you want to know who will invest in America? Americans.
Yeah, but like the problem in America is that a lot of Americans for the last 60 years have gotten an economic boom on the back of the rest of the world, and now that the economic boom is riding out, a lot of people are going to expect a lifestyle that their grandparents and parents lived that they themselves can't live anymore. And to them, they're going to be like, oh my God, this country's failing me. But on the other end, it could just be that we're out of this boom, and now we're gonna have to deal with like a degrowth economy. And I don't think most Americans are willing to go through that. Yes, but then the problem is, like, we don't have a choice but to be the sacrificial lambs, and most Americans are going to refuse. They're going to be like, I want all the services that my grandparents and my parents had. I don't care if we don't have enough producers. I don't care if we don't have enough taxes. I don't care if we don't have enough of a middle class. Like, I really don't care. And that's going to lead to populist revolutions. No one wants their retirement age to go up for Social Security. None of them want to, take on the consequences of these last 60 years of growth. And one of them will be, look, like, historically, the middle class being able to afford to eat out 5 times a week is not normal historically. And neither is the working class being able to eat out once a week. That's not normal. Most working classes could never be able to eat out. No, the working class should have never been able to eat out, and the middle class should have been eating out once or twice a week historically, or maybe once a month. Like, that's actually reality. But we've been living in such a growth economy with low prices and high wages historically for such a long time that now that we're in a situation where this isn't true, nobody knows how to function. They're like, oh my God, what do you mean I can't afford 14 lattes a day, which I needed to get by, right? So now what do we do when we have a population what do we do when we have a population who refuses to understand these economic dynamics and still want all the services without a strong middle class, without any of these things? I don't know. And watch, the only way to maintain this is by bringing in all the competent people from around the world again. Another 50 million fucking people from around the world to fill in all these boomer positions. That's the only way we'll be able to maintain this lifestyle. Indians, Chinese, that's about it. There aren't that many other groups of people willing to come here. Yeah, but they don't have the skills and the experience for the last 10 years to do it. It's too late at this point. Not as much as, like, productivity-wise, it's still not enough. And then number-wise, it's just not enough. There's way too many boomers to millennial ratio. It's just not enough. Not only that, just real quick, and like, you don't understand what America would have had to do to actually do this properly. If they really were able to think ahead of time and know this was coming and to work on it, they would have trained all the millennials who are in shitty positions, taken them out, sent them to school, figured out ways to get them competent in so many of these industries to get ready to replace the boomers by 2030, 2025. They didn't. They would have retrained. They could have retrained all these people and said, look, this is a national emergency. We're not going to have people who know how to, like, even technicians in cities are becoming rare, which is crazy. Like, I know in my area, like, fire technicians and plumbers are becoming rare. Like, we have one guy in the area for Otis Elevators that's in charge of 40, 50, like, more than that. He's in charge of, like, the entire east coast of Massachusetts and New Hampshire. One guy. One guy is the only overnight technician who can fix a firing panel, and another one elevators. There's only one guy in the entire, like, half the state.
So
I don't think you understand how fucked we are, like, as a society.
Is highly, like, fragile.
Bro, extremely fragile right now. Like, we've been trying to get our fire panel fixed in our building for like 6 months, and we're still on the list. 6 months, and we're still on the fucking list, yo. It's getting pretty crazy out here. It's getting to a point where you're going to have to, like, bid for contractors, and because there's not enough of them, bid for technicians because there's not enough.
If there is such a shortage, then why are no
Oh, people are trying. People are trying. There's a town called Medford in my area who literally offered to pay people to become carpenters because there's such a shortage of people in these skilled jobs. Nobody is taking these positions. They would rather work Uber or Amazon or I don't know, whatever, invest in Bitcoin or whatever the fuck they're doing. They'd rather not do those skilled jobs.
Well, then you need to make the carpentry job more competitive.
It might be competitive, but it's also a lot of, like, backbreaking making work, and a lot of people are realizing they could just be a call center person in a heated and air conditioned area.
A fair day's work for a fair day's pay.
Bro, I don't think you understand. In Boston, I remember our company used to do events as well. So we got security for events. They were trying to hire people in the summertime to put up chairs for college graduations, for concerts, for events, for Comic-Con, all these things. They were offering people $30 to $45 an hour to put up chairs and to set up events, and they couldn't find people. Like, people were even refusing to do things like put up chairs because they're air-conditioned jobs. Like, I know guys who are blue worker union workers in every industry, and I have ears on the thing, and they said that in the next 5-10 years. And I talk to guys who are pretty high up position. Like, I'm talking to regional guys.
They're only hiring Gen Zers. They're not hiring people like us. Do you notice that every store that you go into, it's all the younger generation? All younger generation. Why? Because they can pay them half of what we would expect. And it's bullshit. It's horrible service. It's ruining everything.
Yeah, but also we just don't have the type of people who are willing to do these jobs, like be plumbers. We just don't have these groups of people. Like, most kids grew up in suburbs where anything disgusting is like ew and icky, and they've never had to clean disgusting things. There's a lot of that. There really is. Look, there's a lot of suburban millennial kids who grew up in really nice neighborhoods right in the 90s who think that they can live the same lifestyle as their parents working shittier jobs. And this is not true. I'm just talking about, like, most suburban kids in general, bro. Like you can look at all the job data. They're not in skilled jobs. Even at the higher ends, like IT, tech, right, STEM, they're not filling up these positions in large numbers, and we need them to. And the problem is we don't have these people.
Some people are predicting like a huge crash because they think America has been like artificially propped up, and that they say that. So there's a stock market trend where people believe that America will continue to be strong. This is called American exceptionalism. But there's some people who are kind of thinking more like Geo, where they sense that there's a really impending big wake up call that has yet to sink into the American population of people, our age, people who are like 30, who are starting to realize that that their childhood is completely different than how they're actually going to live.
Think about this: when all the boomers are dead in the next 15 years, 60% of our property taxes will be gone, right? And I don't think most millennials can't afford these homes unless their parents pass down these homes to them. And then the millennials making your shit earnings are now responsible for like $30,000 in property taxes every year on their $50,000 a year salary. So they're gonna have to sell that off. They won't be able to afford that. I don't think you understand how bad it's gonna get. Like, so many places are going to have way less people paying property taxes, which means less money for schools, less money for local road repair and all these things. Like, these are all tied in. Like, I don't think people understand that everything works right now because the boomers are alive paying these taxes.
We are carriers. I remember when I grew up, I'm the third one that's probably in the early 2000s. And I remember like my elementary school. I felt like so much more connected.
Bro, we had spring flings. We had, our school growing up had so many activities that people had. Like, we had carnivals and so many activities, right? Most kids, it's not like that anymore. Yeah.
So we already know there's going to be some deterioration just in the level of like how the lifestyles people are choosing, and for the reasons you're talking about. But then on top of that, given that lifestyle has changed, plus the actual economic, when you add up the numbers and the actual wealth itself has gone down, if you do those both at the same time, then it's a good shot. Because you have the loneliness factor where people are having to be more lonely, but they're also having to be poorer and lonely at the same time. And
work as hard as every generation worked before them, while not having jobs that pay them enough money, right?
We all know Chicago is a great city, but now the world believes it too.
For an unprecedented 8 years straight, Condé Nast Traveler has named Chicago the best big city in the U.S.
Hey.
And I'm thinking my whole plan was to like make computer science, but I'm thinking I should really be doing contract. I was thinking electrician doing contract work. Computer science.
Graduating as an engineer. He also gets to make money working at GM, training for the job that he's going to do, and then he's going back to India.
Right, but in America, the biggest problem is that if Americans chose voluntarily themselves to fill in STEM
Lay down
jobs
some
for
salami,
less
equal
than
parts butter, and we're actually going to down and let it run for at least 30 seconds. And we're going to spread that all over our crackers and bake that in the oven at 180 degrees for about 5 minutes. Sprinkle this chocolate all over the top.
their kids,
I get it.
the most talented kids didn't go into these jobs that we needed them to go into, and because they didn't, we needed other foreign workers from around the world to do that. Now, America's been doing this for the last 100 years, at the very least, because until the 1900s, we were importing cheap labor, right? The Irish, right? The Norwegian settlers, these were all like cheap labor or settlers coming into America. Starting in the 1960s, we started importing right? High skilled labor. And the problem is, because we got used to this, we didn't have to push our own kids to go into a lot of these jobs, which leaves like a void of suppression, especially to maintain the type of society we have right now. So if your own people are not voluntarily willing to have talent, instead of going to like become an art gallery owner because their parents can afford it, they don't go into these high-tech jobs or high-skilled jobs, then we don't have a choice as a country but to import them. So the fault is on the American people. They've created a system where they basically use college as a babysitting drinking place instead of a place where you actually are trying to get your kids ready for the future needs of the country. So the voluntariness of the school education system allows a distribution where most of your kids are going into like business or something just to get a degree, but they're not going into anything necessary for your future. And if we're going to all want like a techy world, then your best people in your country do have to go into this, or we're going to have to import them from China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, right, India, when they don't have a choice. So you can't, you know, it's the fact of the United States for their freedom, honestly, you know. Yeah, there's always going to be, right, there's going to be less college level jobs, and you can make an argument for both, but regardless, right now we're talking about STEM jobs. Like you're complaining about a guy who's working for GM in the tech field, not working in the factory, right? that's because an American refuses to do that. That's the problem. Why do you think? Hold up. Why do you think we're willing to pay someone to come here and give them a free education to do a job? Because out of 350 million people, there aren't even 300,000 people willing to do that in America. No, it's not just that it's anti-American. It's because Americans use their freedom to fucking bro, your parents buying you a business to just keep them out of your hair so that you stop bothering them is not productive. Okay, I'm trying to say that a lot of Americans abuse their freedoms to have their own lifestyle, to do what they want, to pursue their passions and their hobbies, but no one's going into necessary jobs. Like in America, if we don't have a lot of competent people willing to go into the military, we're always going to have midwits in the military who are using it as a way to get status, and then they're going to be those people who have 10,000 medals who've never been into a battle in their fucking life, like the Soviets or the North Koreans. We're literally becoming like them right now. Okay? And what I'm trying to explain to you is that if the best people in society are not willing to go into the military, into STEM, into a lot of these necessary fucking places. Hold up, and you keep focusing on the wrong shit. I'm not talking about the military. I'm using that as an example, right? And shush.
Yo, get him now.
Then why are you focusing on the military then? Why are you focusing on the military when that's an example of the grander point?
That the work ethic, essentially that our generation and below is.
And less yappy, more listening, less yappy, all right? No, you haven't, because you missed my whole point. If you're focusing on your grandpa was in the military and stuff like that, that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Look, do you understand, right? A lot of the upper class kids, do you know, okay, have you ever watched The Talented Mr. Ripley?
Yeah.
And, okay, you remember how these rich kids in America, whose parents are rich capitalists and merchants who make a shitload of money, instead of making their kids be good at something, they'll let them vacation in Europe for 6 years? Yeah. I'm saying that is why we're in the fucking situation we're in. It's because a lot of parents let their kids bully them and get away with everything, and they can vacation in Rome for 6 years until their parents have had enough. And when most of your kids who have privilege and education, who should be the ones to go into STEM, are all deciding with that Yale education that they're just going to go vacation in Rome for 10 years or go travel the world, all your best talent are literally lounging in paradise. And that includes your middle class and your upper class. And when you have a whole class of kids whose parents are gentle, caring, and you can be whatever you want to be, and they never set them up for
push the fucking top off of the porch or break a pound down. Put this rap in the head, piece of blow, it makes a round sound. Pussy cat on my lap, push it back in.
Then you're going to always have to import Indian fucking techniques to do those jobs instead. It's that fucking simple. There's nothing complicated. It's not that people are evil. It's that Americans are lazy and decadent. That's the real problem here. If even a smidgen, if even 1% of upper class and middle class were like, fuck, we can't just let foreigners be in charge of all our tech industries, they could have actually done this themselves, actually.
You could say
all it took was a want and willingness to do it, and the lack of want, the lack of will, the lack of institutions to even do this is our own fucking fault. All right, stop blaming other people for everything.
So, Gio, I think you could be a bit more direct. You could be more direct, and you could just tell Anne that the main issue is that the percentage of actual people who you would call authentic Native American people who populate graduate STEM programs. So I'm talking about master's programs in artificial intelligence or in robotics or whatever. These programs, I'm in one right now. I don't know why, but they're all foreigners. I feel left out as someone who was raised in America, even though I'm Indian. I'm an Indian American. But the percentage.
You know what? All we had to do, Andrew, all we had to do was mimic some of the best education systems from around the world and send our best students from across the country to go into these more curated education systems that push them, that push engineering, that push. Look at Carl Sagan, right? That's a great example where Americans voluntarily loved Carl Sagan so much that it inspired a whole generation. But what it took was for Carl Sagan to be put on PBS and ABC and television and documentaries all over your fucking news every night. Oh, Carl Sagan interviewed by Barbara Walters. That's what it fucking took. If you as a society do that, then you're going to produce kids who want to be fucking astronauts, who want to be in NASA. When you refuse to do that as a society, and then you don't do that, and then you don't have a group class of people who are willing to voluntarily do that on their own through their own mechanisms in every family, in every community, in every suburb on their own, one is a libertarian solution, one is a top-down governmental solution. You need either one of those or both of those for a liberal society to maintain some of these.
There's another side to it. I mean, Eric Weinstein talks a lot about this. That and there's even a paper, I think, by the National Science Foundation or something like this, that points to from the 80s. And basically they said, oh, we don't, PhDs are commanding really high salaries. Like, we don't want to pay these high salaries. We need to make sure we can, reduce this. And yeah, their strategy was total replacement with foreigners. They did a lot to just disincentivize Americans to want to go into these fields, because essentially, by bringing in as many foreign students as they could for these roles, they basically cut the salaries in half for what a PhD in these fields should command. If it was double, a lot more people would be going into the sciences. But instead,
and a lot of these tech companies could afford that. They could afford to pay Americans
more. Low
more.
interest rates and other policies like this. Look, investment banking, this sort of thing, stuff that's people are just moving money around, but they're not actually producing anything of long-term sustainable or positive externality type value. I remember when I graduated 20 years ago, that was the thing. Everyone wanted to go into investment banking. Otherwise, smart people, smart elites were like, oh, well, I'll become a lawyer and I can make $250,000 to $500,000, and these days, who knows how much, per year, right? Those were the lucrative fields. STEM was not, it was never the top choice for how do I make a lot of money? And that's a big part of it too. They've had government policy that steered elite Americans to have other choices, what they thought were better choices, doing other things. When, of course, it always should have been science at the core. Certainly you see in China and a lot of other countries that are a lot more.
Yeah, but you can see that America's had a problem with this over the last 100 years because we've been relying on foreign talent. Look at Oppenheimer, the Manhattan Project. Look at Operation Paperclip. Look at all our intelligentsia from the 1930s to 1960s. I mean, these are all foreigners from Europe. We've been relying on Europe's intellectuals as a country for the last 100 years without producing our own, which allows our own elites and mercantilist elites to be lazy and not do any of these things. It allows them to have a foreign immigrant taking care of their kids. It allows them to go on vacations every day throughout the year. I mean, to me, it just makes American elites lazier when you don't force American elites to do these things. By institution, by loyalty to your country, by some sort of service to your country. If your elites are not willing to do this, then they're just creating the conditions in which we have to constantly import talent from other parts of the world and not produce our own, which Anglo-liberals were able to do in the 16, 17, 1800s. They did produce a lot of thinkers. They did produce a lot of classes of competent people. The Princeton University was created by John Witherspoon, who was so good at educating people that his first 3 classes became a bulwark of American government. All of them entered and became judges and administrators and congressmen and senators. All the smartest people that went through Harvard and Princeton, they all went into these high-level positions in society, and they were able to do that. And from my perspective, they stopped doing that around the 1900s when they switched over from a high-level British education system, which were teaching Latin and Greek, so you could read every Greek architect and thinker and a botanist and all the science from the Roman and Greek times, and then add that to your breadth of knowledge. Like, we stopped doing that in the West, in America, in the 1900s, and in Britain in the 1950s and 60s after World War II. So we don't have people being educated through at least the top of our society who used to be taught classical education and practical education and all these things. We don't have these groups of people anymore as a society. And now all we have is mercantilist elites who send their kids to party in Rome for like 6 years, or Eastern Europe, live the time of their lives, and we're funding all the middle class and upper class kids who live these lifestyles essentially to fuck around and party and bullshit.
I think you're pigeonholing America into a very, I don't know. I think there's a lot of people that are aspiring in the STEM field. In my U.S. history class alone, there was at least like 15 dudes in there that was either majoring in engineering or computer science.
Bro, go just look at the numbers of STEM people we're importing into the U.S. over the last 30, 40 years. We wouldn't need to import that much people if we could just produce our own group of people. We have 350 million people. We're not some fucking Denmark country with 8 people. We're not fucking Ukraine with 20 million. We're not Australia with 20 million people. We're not Britain with 40 million. We're not South Korea with 50 million. We're America with 350 million people, and you're saying that we can't even find like 1 million competent people? That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. The problem is a lot of our talented people. I'll give an example. There was this guy on Clubhouse that Daniel used to hang out with, the Chinese guy, and he used to be a physicist. During COVID, he decided to change his field to finance, finance and hedge funds. So he became a hedge fund investor during COVID and changed his complete field. So now you have a physicist, right, who decided to become a capitalist. You don't think that's a problem when we're training these people to be physicists in our own country because none of our people want to be them. Most of our smartest people in America are essentially being hedge fund managers and financiers who are basically managing the money for the richest people in this country. That's where most of our smartest people are right now, and Silicon Valley. Those two fields, they capture like 90% of our smartest people. That's why we need to bring Indian and Chinese tech workers to come to America. And they're all in the private sector. That's crazy for you to tell me that out of 350 million people, right, we can't even find enough tech workers. Like, look at Taiwan, right? Taiwan has a certain amount of culture that allows people to work together to create chips in these sterilized environments. And a lot of things contribute to them being able to do this. When we try to let other countries do this, they suck because they're too individualistic. So it takes a very communitarian group of people who are willing to follow orders, be extremely hygienic, and a whole bunch of other shit to work these jobs. The fact that in America, out of 350 million people, that we can't even find 100,000 or 50,000 or 30,000 people to build chips instead is a travesty. And I think you're underselling America by saying that. There's like 12 million tech jobs in America. You're telling me we can't find 12 million competent Americans to do tech jobs? Or do you think that most people decided to take journalism or something just so that they can get an easy degree in college?
For some reason, journalists have like journalism is just more prestigious in the West than technology. I don't know why. I think in Asia in general.
Bro, but a lot of these kids aren't going into the job because they really believe in journalism and they love it. They're going into it because it's like the easiest A they can find.
That's also true.
Do you see what I'm talking about? Right. I'm talking about a prevalence of people to pick the easiest degree that they can just so that they can graduate from college and appease their parents, right? So, it's we're not even trying to produce competent tech workers in every state. Like we're not even trying to. Like if you're really talented and you have an affinity for tech stuff, like the state should be paying for your entire college or the federal government. That would incentivize kids. You're still like, wait a minute, you're telling me because I'm smart, you're gonna pay for my entire college if I go to this field? All right, I'm down. That would incentivize a whole bunch of kids to go into this, right? Start raising their status, right? Oh, these people are doing a service for our country, right? There's so many things you could do that America is not even trying to do. Instead, we pay for kids college loans to go to school for journalism or something, for a degree that they're not even going to use.
Well, I have a 4.0.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, when I have kids, Geo, I mean, if they want to do journalism, they can do that as a minor or second major, but they're gonna have to. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm not gonna support you going to school at all if you're not getting a STEM degree. Probably a master's at least, if not a. I mean, PhD is a lot, but at least a master's.
I don't know. People go too extreme in either direction in America. They either go, I'm going to abandon my kid at 18, or I'm going to baby the shit out of them until they're not ready for real life. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Americans. They can't find a happy medium.
I mean, you don't have to abandon them to say you're not gonna.
Dude, even my sister has been saying shit. No, but my sister has been saying shit like, I'm gonna kick out my kid at 18, and she just had her, even before having her first kid, she was saying shit like that. And I understand where some of these parents are coming from because they think we babied our kids so much, but and there is an argument for that, but this rabid individualism is also why we're in this mess too.
And also, like, housing, it used to, like, the culture of a couple generations ago when it was like, oh, it's 18, go out, into the world. A job.
It was cheaper. Everything, everything was cheaper. Yeah, the cost of living was cheap as fuck. Like, you could make $6 an hour and, like, have money to go to, like, Lollapalooza, like, 3 times a year if you wanted to. Yeah, true.
Yeah. So, like, if housing costs, like, 5 times more than it used to, then it is. And yeah, they have. It does make financial sense for parents now to let their kids live at home a while longer because it's like, okay, do I want my kid to spend?
That's what Asian kids do in America, bro. They live with their parents even in their 20s and 30s to save money to buy a house in their 30s when they get married, right? So responsible parents are doing this, right? And kids are doing this, correct? But there's a whole bunch of parents who have absolved their responsibility. Then you have the kids who won't follow their parents' rules in their homes and they think they can do whatever the fuck they want. And, like, it's just a shitty dynamic on either side.
It's kind of bimodal, yeah. It's like the kids that are at home in the basement doing drugs, and then the kids that are like, just work hardworking and responsible.
Kicked out of their home at like 18 before they could even save up money for a nest egg and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's both.
But it would be better if, obviously, kids could just afford to live a reasonable quality standard of living independently.
No, but that's
at
not
18.
good. Well, that leads to more individualism because let's say you have parents and you don't get along about something, instead of just like finally coming to an understanding and getting along, every time there's a big issue, you just run away and go get your own house, right? And get your own apartment. And that actually provides a space for people to abuse the shit out of that and to destroy family cohesion and unity too. So even better economic perspective situations can lead to more individualism and individuation.
I think it depends on the culture of the family, right? Like, I think in Asian families, maybe stay at home, but in white families, people really do need to like get the fuck out of the parents' house and do something with their lives, because a lot of it really holds them back. For a lot of white kids, I see like it holds.
Well, they weren't taught discipline, long-term gratification, things that you need to learn every day over a long period of time. Their parents haven't taught them how to, keep their rooms clean, how to be responsible, clean the kitchen once a week. Like, they haven't been taught any of this fucking shit, all these fucking American younger generation kids. Even millennials, bro. I have to be the asshole to ask people to clean up after we go to a park and drink. I have to be the asshole to, I don't know, bro. It's just so much layers of irresponsibility that we're dealing with.
Like, my brother lived at home until like 35, and it's only because I pushed them that then they basically paid for his apartment to get the fuck out. It was like, that's how bad it was. Some people
look like honestly, from my perspective, those people were never meant to live alone anyway on their own, right? Like, we're assuming that everyone can live on their own. Do you think like every person in America could properly own a home and be responsible for long-term maintenance and saving money for any kind of things that they have to pay down the road, and make sure their water heater is running right and they know basic maintenance for that, and how their plumbing works in the entirety of the house? Do you think most people are capable of that? I don't. I personally don't at this point. I think that if you let every single person in America manage a McDonald's, like 70% of them would just straight up fail, or it would be like barely functioning. Like, this idea that at this point, I don't know, because we don't have the same group of people that had all these skills that they learned from their parents and grandparents. Like, if you were to own a home, do you know how to do plumbing? No. Do you know electricity? No. Do you know how to fix a drywall? No. So you would have to get someone else to do all these things for you. And home ownership dictates that you have to do that, or you have to pay for that.
Yeah.
Why do you think most rich people just hire a property management company to do all that for them so that they don't have to do that? Right?
Yeah, but yeah, in some ways, even the parents that like buy their millennial kids a house or whatever, or heavily subsidize it, pay for the down payment and everything, they are helping their kids in various ways that the one obviously others like can't all afford it, but if you have the attitude of, oh, you have to do it on your own, or you can live in the basement, both of those are kind of, well, okay, the one is like, yeah, but they're both kind of condemning the kid to poverty in a lot of cases.
Right.
Whereas if you
no.
Like,
yeah.
You're starting to transfer the wealth and you're starting to transfer the responsibility. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if most parents are doing that. Wait, do you think most kids are being educated, right? Like, this is going to be your home in 30 years, so I'm going to teach you, the parent. Are they really passing down that information? This is how you do electrical work. This is how you do plumbing work. This is when you call someone. This is how you check your water heater. Do you think most suburban parents are teaching their kids how to do these things?
I I don't think so.
No. I think most kids are watching TV and their parents are like, come here, get dinner, and that's the extent of like raising their kids. Like, unless you've been in an Asian family where your parents are teaching you like 20, 30 skills, bro, I don't think you understand the disparity of like actually raising your kids and then like just roughing it and letting the kids raise themselves. Like, why do you think Asian kids are more disciplined? Because their parents force them into that. Why do you think they're able to sit down and study for 8 hours a day? Because their parents were making them practice that when they were in 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. Why do you think Asian kids are much more organized? Because their parents made them organize their rooms every day since they were like 10 years old. Why do you think, like, and these are all middle class Asian kids in suburbs that are doing this, right? They're a small group. So I don't think you guys understand what goes into raising an average Asian kid that parents are willing to do. Make them learn karate, make them learn piano, make them learn, dexterity in their fingers using piano, make them learn teamwork, go into, like, my mom signed me up for, like, regional fucking classical, regional band for our county, and she made me compete for it, and I got 3rd chair. So then I had to go every week or two to go to these, like, fucking places to play and compete and all this shit. Like, it takes a lot. It takes, like, these Asian kids are being raised as if they were aristocrats. I don't think you understand that. And there's a huge disparity. And the average American should be raising their kids like this, too. And those Asian kids will bitch and cry about how rough it is and how it sucks because their friends can play video games all day and they have no responsibilities. They don't even have to wake up in the morning to pick out their garbage. But all these Asian kids are much better suited for the real world. They're not going to be the ones who complain all the time at work. They're going to do their due diligence. They're going to be the ones staying late. They're going to be the ones putting in the effort to make sure your company can keep going instead of just phoning it in. Where do you think that comes from? Like magic or some shit? No, it requires your parents to build it in you over a long period of time, to build character, to build discipline, to build long-term gratification, to build not being afraid of failure, right? Like, all these things have to be built into your kid. Like, you can't just expect your kid to have it and hope they have it, and, like, that's all you do. When you leave it to individualists and individualism, no one's polite. When you make politeness into a thing you teach at school, that you teach to your children, that in multiple levels of institution that you're pushing and teaching, then your whole society can be polite, like we saw in America in the 1960s. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, miss. Have a great day, sir. How can I help you? These are literal habits that we taught our kids historically that we stopped teaching. Now your kid says, what's up, and throws gang signs because they learned that from another source of influence. Right? So what we've failed to do is teach good manners and behavior and ethics and hard work and discipline into our children that we were able to do historically. We just stopped doing that, and we started babying every child. Oh, everything is abuse. You telling your kid to play your soccer for the end of the season, oh, that's abuse. You're making your kid read a book after school instead of playing all day, oh, that's abuse. Everything's fucking abuse in America. Oh, you're just showing the creativity of your kid to masturbate to pornography if you don't let them have their freedom to play video games all day. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Hold up, Jim.
Like, these American liberal parents are like, hey, maybe my kid playing video games will turn him into a video game programmer. Yeah, that's like 5 kids out of like 1 million. Go ahead, Art.
Just real quick, bro. I'm not sure which Asian kids you're referring to, so I live in Southeast Asia.
Not yours. Yeah, we're talking about a very specific group of Asian kids. I would say Vietnamese, Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Hong Kong, Taiwanese, Singaporean, who are all Chinese, but and then some Indian parents I'm very specific about parents who raise their kids in a very strict manner, teach them all these things, but they're not a majority of the Asians either. I agree. Even in Northeast Asia, it's a subset of parents who are doing this. But when I look into the world and see, just one last thing, when I look into the world and with all the freedom that every family is now afforded, the ones who try to strive to make their kids into more aristocratic children are these very small groups of people. Everyone around the world are raising their kid as if they were slave children, serf children, indentured servant children, or peasant children. Actually, even worse, not even peasant children, unfortunately, I would say, because peasant children have to pass down their property from the next generation to them.
Yeah, Ari, I think you should understand that Gio's point is not, this is not just some kind of behavior that like certain ethnic groups do. It's just that this is just sort of what you would call that traditionally this would be an aristocratic mindset. So you could also look up very famously Mark Zuckerberg. He attributes a lot of his own success to his Chinese math coach. Actually, I had the same math coach, like math Olympiad coach, and Mark Zuckerberg is not Asian, right? But he definitely kind of, for some reason, he attributes his own like ability to run his company and whatnot to he's given interviews about it. So
So you mentioned Vietnam, Singapore. I actually lived there. I live in most part of Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, the Philippines. From what I can see, we don't have whatever you're saying. I mean, sure, Vietnam is, it's one of those growing economy, but it's they don't have like a very strict education system. Singapore.
No. I'm not talking about the education system. You misheard me. I said the parents being tiger parents, very involved in their kids' education, sending them to hagwons or academies or after school, learning more English and more writing and more math, right? Like hiring tutors, even if they're in the lower classes or middle classes and can't afford it. There are Vietnamese and Korean and Chinese moms in China and Korea and in the United States who will invest on average. Look, you want data points? Here's some data points. The average Asian kid in America spends more time after school working on schoolwork than any other racial group in America. The average for Americans, whether they're white or black, is 1. Asians spend 3 to 5 hours a week after school spending more time on their education. Asians in America, on average, outspend their any other racial group on education, whether it's extracurricular stuff, whether it's SAT classes, whether it's tutoring. The amount of middle class and lower middle class and working class Koreans in America and in Korea right now who are sending their kids to after school activities that they can barely afford, where they're working weekends just to send their kids to academies to learn more, is something that we call tiger parenting. And it's been a cultural phenomenon that we've noticed over the last 20, 30 years. Like, my parents invested so much more in my education than the average suburban parents who are way more well off than us. My mom sent me to SAT, PSAT prep classes by working and tutoring kids in math. Piano playing more. She would get extra money and send me to PSAT classes by Kaplan and by a Korean academy. She sent me to, in the summertime, one year she wanted me out of the house